It is said that the only constant in life is change. Environments evolve, new generations become the old, champions rise and fall, and through it all, life marches on. And as we approach the first major of the year, we also remember how painful this reality can be. Despite a new setting, the Champions Cup continues to showcase the pinnacle of our sport.
Paige Pierce, Chris Dickerson,
Kristen Tatar, Isaac Robinson.
Could we see another first-time major winner? Or will the greats of our era continue on their path to history? Regardless of who is hoisting the trophy on Sunday, it is assured that that person's life will be changed forever. The 2024 Champions Cup starts now.
Welcome, folks, to the Midwest. We are here in Illinois, Morton to be exact, for the first MPO and FPO major here in the 2024 disc golf season. It's Champions Cup time. It's Tournament Central. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, bringing you into the action once again. The FPO players are about to go attack Northwood Park again. Nate, it's always special when we come back here. We get 4 rounds of it this week. Talk about it.
Well, that video gave me the chills. I mean, just kind of setting the stage right there. Of course, it's heartbreaking that we're not over at WR Jackson. I think that's one of the, favorite courses across the tour. And it's sad to see we're not playing there. Was it a pine beetle rolled through that property? And while it's sad, it makes sense that we're here. What's a close second to WR Jackson? Well, it's Northwood Park, and we're seeing a different Northwood Park this year. It's not going to be the Northwood Black layout because we're adding 4 holes from the gold layout that's kind of tweaked a little bit. So we're going to run back and look at some of those holes right now, Brian.
I remember when they first said, hey, there's going to be a Northwood Black course here, and all the players said, what? Northwood Gold is already hard enough. What are you doing to us? And then we watched the course break in and year out. The players started to figure out where the scoring comes from. Oh, I actually have to get aggressive here if I want even a chance to sniff a birdie. And it's completely shifted how the players have viewed top-level disc golf. Even par here is averaging anywhere from 10-20 to 10-40, depending on the conditions. Nate, we're seeing some of the old holes from Northwood Gold come back, and it's actually exciting. We're back out in the orchard. We're not just playing the 1 par 3 that gets us to the next section of Northwood Black. We're playing the original par 4 that I believe is playing as hole number 9. We're playing hole 10 that has a familiar tee pad for the FPO and a brand new tee pad, which to me is Northwood Blacker than black, that we're super excited to see. And then I'm super just looking forward to seeing how the players react to these changes. But then all the mainstay holes, hole 17, this hole has been figured out over the years. And then we return, Nate, to original hole 16 on the Northwoods layout. We're playing the gold tee pad for the men. We're playing a shorter position for the FPO, but just finishing this course on just this iconic hill where everyone can gather around to watch the final putt. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, I love all the changes. I definitely don't think the course got any easier. We took out holes 3 through 5, and the reason they made that decision is a little bit for the spectators so that people could actually watch some golf here in the orchard, and B, because of the potential conditions this week, Brian. And this course gets extremely muddy. It's got a lot of clay out here. It sticks to your shoes, and it's going to be raining and potential thunderstorms this weekend. So it's actually good that we're going to be playing out here in the orchard versus like down there in the gullies of 3 through 5. And then of course the change on 18 makes so much sense. You couldn't see them finish before. You couldn't see where they were throwing their approach shots from. They were hidden behind the hill. So now everyone's going to be able to line that fairway, like you said, and see the champion get crowned there on the hillside.
Yeah. So again, if you are newer to disc golf, seeing Northwoods for the first time, holes 7, 9, 10, and 18 are the 4 new holes that we're bringing back from previous layouts of Northwoods, which I agree with you are probably going to fit into this just fine with some modifications that they've made. Let's dive into the FPO action, Nate. Missy Gannon seems like she's just dominant here at Northwood Park. The past 2 years, she's played 4 tournament rounds here. She's gone 64, 64, 64, 66, under par every single round on a course that many of the players in FPO have never even done. Is she the favorite here? Is Kristen Tatar having to match Missy, or is it the other way around still?
It's a tough call to say that Missy is the favorite. I think that, and I'm curious, Brian, who's going to set the betting odds for our sport? Like, how does that work? Is it just going to be Statmando AI? Like, how's it going to work? Because if we just looked at the stats, I think they could say that Missy's the favorite, but there's so much other contextual data that we need. I still think Kristen is the slight favorite, but Missy is the only player who has consistently beat this course. You mentioned the 364s. I remember those are 2 of those were back-to-back rounds on this course, 2 4 under pars. And during those 4 under pars, there was only 1 other player that even beat the course. The rest of the 42 person field got slacked by the course, and shot over par. So she's in a field of her own on being able to consistently shoot under par here. And it's kind of the same story. We go back to her first major title at US Women's, and we were getting specific about the release point. Like, where are you letting the disc go? Missy lives in such a small window. Her misses are so small, Brian. She is her most comfortable when she's trying to hit little baby lines and land it flat on the fairway and then make a putt from a specific spot. There's no one else in the field that really lives in the lane that Missy Gannon lives in.
Well, we look at Kristen Tatar, who is trying to match Missy. Kristen's gone 63, 67, so she's beat Missy's best round here, but she's also shot worse than Missy shot in the past 2 years. Again, she wasn't here at Northwoods last year. I remember Owen getting interviewed. I believe she was the runner-up, just kind of being grateful that Kristen wasn't at this tournament because of the precedent that she set last year. But here's the great balancing act. Playing in the woods in general, if you miss and you kick to a side that forces you to throw a shot that you don't like, that's a disadvantage. Kristen doesn't really have that. If she kicks a tree, goes off to the left side of the fairway, she can throw a scramble pan forehand that gets way up the fairway and beat the hole still. Might even be able to save birdie from some tough spots. Missy's going to have to be that much more precise off the tee hitting fairways. So she doesn't have that many opportunities to scramble. She doesn't want that right now. If she can hit shots like this and give herself birdies on holes like hole number 1, where she can throw these full flex shots, she's going to put herself in a pretty good place. But she has to play squeaky clean in order to consistently beat Kristen here 4 rounds, because we haven't done that yet. We haven't seen the players take on the psychological toll of playing this course 4 days in a row. These rounds can go 4.5, 5 hours, Nate.
Yeah, they really can, Brian. And one thing that we haven't brought up yet is the potential for, serious rain and thunderstorms this week. So this opening round, it's so important to actually get some birdies and to score, because it's going to be a test of attrition, for the next 3 rounds. When this place gets muddy, like you said, it can take 4 to 5 hours out there. It really is a test of your mental fortitude to play this course. We could potentially have a major champion 4 rounds in the FPO division who shoots 10 under par total. Like, that would
be great.
That's a reality. Yeah. If what's 2.5 averaging per round. So It's a long test, and today is the day with the best conditions, the least amount of wind. The tee pads are dry. The fairways are drying out. It's a little chilly this morning, and I think that's going to play a role. It's 40 degrees right now, and it's going to warm up for the lead card here, the feature card here in about an hour. It's going to be closer to 50 degrees. Raven Klein just got the first birdie out there. It's hard test. Brian.
Nate, I know. We've both played this course many times. What I have to say is the way Kristen has been talking about disc golf this year, I think suits her well for 4 rounds of disc golf. Missy, I think, thinks the same way. It feels like Kristen has lived it every single weekend for 2 years now. I don't care what letter is next to the tournament. I don't care what course we play. I don't care where the OB lines are. I don't care about the baskets. It's my job to show up and throw the disc from point A to point B. And I'm going to put all of my energy and my focus into that. And it's worked. We look at her stats from this year. I mean, she's pretty much off to the same start she was last year. And I don't know. I feel like she might be playing even better. She's getting to that 1,000 rated mark. And I know, ratings are not going to tell the entire story, but she has 2 second-place finishes, 3 wins on the tour. She has a 4th if you include Persimmon Ridge, where she had to beat Owen Scoggins, which still feels like a tour win.
Yeah.
She's about to go an entire month for victories. I mean, Nate, she's dominating right now. And I don't know. I feel like she's still definitely the favorite.
The one hiccup to this year is the 6th place at the U.S. Women's event, Brian. It was certainly a chink in the armor. It was more failure than we've seen from her in 2 years. And as much as Kristen doesn't admit, that's somewhere in her mind. The whether it be the amount of strokes that she lost to Missy by, or just the general lack of energy that she had at that tournament, it's got to be somewhere lingering there. So if she can just completely forget about that, and we're going to take her for her word that she isn't treating this like a major, and she's not relating it to the other major that she played this year at all, I'm sure she could find that state. There's just that one Kristen that we see every now and then that is human. She makes mistakes. She kicks her mini. We see it every now and then. Will we see that Kristen this week? We're going to have to find out.
Nate, I think a blank slate is good for her. She talked to me at Waco and said it's hard to stay calm in all moments when you know and feel all these expectations weighing you down around you. She's done a phenomenal job of fending off that pressure and continuing to push and continuing to set a bar. So maybe this is her chance to say, I'm going to get back on the horse. I'm ready to play 4 rounds at Northwood Black and win the tournament. But 4 rounds, you need to be calm. Multiple players said, you're going to get frustrated. Things are not going to go your way. Can you make less mistakes than other people? And I think in regards to doing that, I don't care how good Missy Gannon has been in the past. Kristen's going to be fighting her every step of the way. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, she makes the most birdies per round on average, Brian. She's coming in at close to 8 birdies per round, and she makes the least amount of bogeys. I mean, it's pretty clear that's the name of our sport right there. And you're right about the scrambling. When doesn't matter what side of the fairway Kristen's on, she's a better scrambler than Missy. I think that Owen's up there in that category as well, as far as, being able to score from out of position. You're on the wrong side of the fairway. With Missy, there's only so much you can do when you're not able to reach around and get that forehand, up into the circle. So that's going to come into play for a couple of players that are kind of, I don't want to say handicapped, but it almost feels like that. When you're just throwing the one spin, when you can't throw an overhand or a chop forehand, when you're in a really bad way in the depths of Northwood. So that scrambling, it comes into play here.
Well, we get to watch the FPO very soon, but first we're going to take a commercial break, and on the other side we're going to analyze the men's field coming up this afternoon. We'll see you soon.
PDGA reinvests membership funding into support for programs like the Competition Endowment, Youth and Education Program, and Marco Polo Program, all of which help grow the sport in communities around the world. Get started today. Visit pdga.com/join.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Welcome back. Microsoft Teams is presenting the 2024 Preserve Championship and offering a new community platform for disc golf fans. Scan the QR code on your screen to join the Disc Golf Tour Talk Teams community. Members will have until Monday to ask Luke Humphreys a question for a chance to win a Prodigy disc and a free year subscription to the Disc Golf Network. Luke will be answering questions in that community next week. Nate, last week in Nashville, the leaderboard on the MPO side was flooded with veterans that have been out here doing this for a very long time. Now, we could jump into the course and analyze all the ins and outs of why that might have been the case, but I don't think we need to. We're moving into Northwoods, where I think experience has a great deal to do with the consistency out here. We have Lizotte, Macbeth, Wysocki, Dickerson, and Coling 1 through 5. What do you make of that?
Oh, I mean, I'm as a fan inside me, it's just like it's Christmas morning. You know, we went back in time. I mean, this is the old guard. I feel like this is the crew right here, at least part of it, that kind of the new wave of disc golf. I feel like 2016 to the pandemic, from the inception of the Disc Golf Pro Tour to when it really started to exponentially grow. These guys are who you watched on coverage. So, you know, Simon was the player that got me to play the game. The battle between Paul and Ricky Wysocki at 2014 Worlds is still one of the great battles of all time. Jeremy Coling, the voice of disc golf. Chris, two-time major champion. And it's sad that we're not going to have Simon this week. And I know that he himself said that it doesn't feel that hard to miss the major. You know, his baby's being born today, actually, Brian. So I'm going to miss him, though, because he has the hot hand right now. Mm-hmm. If he could, you know, putt those pixels like he did last week, this week, I mean, he could very well win his first major title.
The man looked like he was at an arcade.
Yeah.
He literally looked like he was playing skee ball, playing pinball, playing Galaga. He wasn't even thinking about anything when he was on the putting green. It was magical, and that spin putt had not a lick of wobble on it. And then look at this air bounce from Jeremy Coling. He steps up, checks the scores, knows he needs the putt, and then pops a little air bounce into the basket, playing the wind perfectly. That's experience right there, Nate. And I want to talk a little bit more about Jeremy Coling. This has been a solid comeback season for him after having some seasons where he's dealt with injury. He's had knee problems. He's had back problems. The sidearm hasn't felt as stable. I played with him in Charlotte a couple seasons ago, and he was telling me, I don't know how much longer I can do this. I'm in so much pain, and I need to throw the forehand for my career to be successful. And now, Nate, the forehand looks like the forehand on Jeremy Coling that goes on the forehand Mount Rushmore. And this is a course where the forehand is tough. You have to be very specific out here about the lines that you throw. A lot of players are forced to the backhand, but I think this is the guy that can make it work.
Oh, absolutely. It's not really a forehand course, like you said. It's tough because of the subtle way that the fairways kind of drift. The forehand for a lot of players is out of the question off the tee. I have to think that Jeremy's probably throwing forehand on 14 of the 18 holes, to be honest, because he's one of the few guys that can actually flip it up and land it straight and land it flat. And I have to agree with you. It's no question that Jeremy Coling is on my Mount Rushmore of forehand talent. And I'd love to see him make a run. That's the thing about majors, is there's always some special story sprinkled in there. It's not just the guys that you would expect if you look down the stats leaderboard. You know, I remember Emerson Keith making a run out here. I don't know if you remember that at the 2019 Worlds. I mean, he dominated out here. Round 2, 2019, Northwoods Black, I think he shot at 8 under par. Like, he was making a run at that title before Paul Macbeth went on his stretch of golf and ended up winning. And you know, Ricky hasn't won since 2017. I know he's won a lot out on the Elite Series, but we have to go back, you know, to 2017 for his last major. If he made a run at this title, I think a lot of people would really be tuning in, and the electricity would just, you know, light up the place, because it's major week, and it just, there's something different about a major. What it does to the players, prepare, how they prepare, how they train for this. Like, everyone seems to kind of, you know, put their best golf forward when it's major week.
Well, they have to. They and especially for players like Isaac Robinson, he has to this week. It hasn't been a great start to the year.
No.
But he's defending here. This is a course that I think Isaac Robinson is extremely well suited on. Look at these performances. Look at these finishes. I mean, a great start at chess.com, but then what's going on? I mean, a top 10 at Jonesboro, solid, but this is a guy that won 2 major championships last year and was the favorite, I felt like, almost every week. This is huge for him.
And his start last season was not too different. I believe he just had a few top 10s in there, but I remember him nearly missing cash at Waco. He missed it this year. And then all of a sudden, he hit his stride at the right time. His bag was perfect, perfect stability for WR Jackson. His putt was completely dialed. We saw a little bit of that at Jonesboro, but then that final round, he just couldn't handle the wind. It seemed like he wasn't comfortable on the putting green. Isaac hasn't played this course as well as people thought that he would play it in the past. His brother was actually asking him why he plays this place so bad, because on paper you would think that iRob would just dominate out here at Northwoods. The way that he's able to shape that, he's going to be throwing a lot of the M1. He's going to be throwing a lot of the FX4, and if he doesn't figure out those discs early and figure out the putt early, Isaac Robinson could be totally out of the picture, or he could dominate.
You can get behind on this course really easily because there's only a handful of guys that can go that 7, 8, 9, 10 under par mark at this place. So to break into that category, you have to start early, especially today, like you said. Let's talk about Anthony Barella. This guy, I think, is going to surprise us out here at Northwoods because of what we've seen from him this year in the shot shaping category.
Yeah, I mean, we've always thought of Anthony Barella as the power player, but this year he hasn't won with just his power. He's certainly won with the finesse. He's throwing less forehands than ever right now, and that's exactly why he was off at Mill Ridge, is because the forehand's not even feeling comfortable. And that was the first 3-putt that we've seen from him in like a month right there. That was the opening round on number 6. The way that he came back, though, Brian, last week is what really sticks with me. It's not the failure on round 1, but it's just the belief in himself to come back. He comes back, almost gets the top 5, just barely misses, gets 7th right there. So I can't wait to watch Anthony Barella throw that. He's going to throw that yellow Luna all over the place, Brian. He's probably going to throw it on 9 of the 18 tee shots out here. He's going to be toning down on, he's probably going to be throwing the Onyx on a couple holes, Athena on quite a few of them.
I'm tickled, especially after talking to him at the press conference. I asked him about his touch and like when that started to really click for him, and he said, "Brian, I've been doing this for a long time. You guys just haven't been paying attention." I feel like he kind of gets the Double G treatment sometimes. Double G throws some of the coolest touch shots that I've ever seen.
Yeah, he does.
Known as the power player. Let's see if he has what it takes to take down Northwoods this week. As we wrap up the show, we got to go with another edition of Perks Picks. We got to keep going on these picks, Nate. We have 2 pick 3s, MPO and FPO, and we have an over-under to talk about. Nate, let's start out in the FPO division. Pick 3. We did a draft to make it fair. Who do you have?
Who did I go with, Brian? I had to have gone with Owen Scoggins. And Missy Gannon, and Valerie Mondujano.
Nate, I like your picks. I'm going with Kristen Tatar. I'm going with Holland Hanley, and I'm going with Evelina Salonen. That's going to be my pick 3.
That's a good matchup right there.
Nate, let's go to the MPO division.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you got?
Oh, they're both hard. FPO's hard. MPO's a little deeper. And I'm going to go with Gannon Burr for my first pick. And then I'm going to kind of go dark horse on this. Like, I'm going to go wide receiver, deep sleeper here with my picks 2 and 3. I'm going to go Chris Dickerson and Mason Ford.
I'm going to we could call him a sleeper. We could call Calvin Heimberg this week a sleeper because he doesn't have he doesn't have the forehand out here. So I'm interested to see.
True.
And then I'm going to go with Anthony Barella because I really believe in him. And I think he could take it down. I think the backhand's been working really well for him. I think I'm going to go with Nicholas Antila. I think this is how it's going to be. I think this guy is seeing this course for the first time. I think
Is he first time?
Yeah, this is his first time seeing this property.
Wow.
And then Nate, hole number 12. Cole Redolin told us 10 birdies he thinks we're going to see this week.
That's a lot.
Over under 9.5. What do you think?
Well, I think to preface that, I think that's as many birdies that have ever been carded on the hole. But we're playing here in the spring. There's a little less foliage out there to navigate through. I think there's going to be over 9.5 birdies through 4 rounds for the MPO this weekend.
There is a lot cleared out on that hole, but I've played that hole. You've played that hole. 4 is like a double eagle sometimes, depending on where you are. I'm going to say under. I'm taking the under. There are your picks, folks. All done for the week. We'll see how this plays out. We're wrapping things up, sending it down to the ground, and round number 1 about to begin. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. Thank you, folks. We'll see you this afternoon.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
Whichever way it went, it was going to be a lifetime memory for me.
You can't control what anybody else does, so just worry about what you're doing. Do the best you can.
This is what I really wanted. Follow your heart and just be fearless and brave, and amazing things will happen. And
Playing in my home state, I have probably hundreds of people rooting for me. All that emotion kind of came out.
The Disc Golf Pro Tour heads north to the Illini State, where the challenging Northwood course awaits. The most elite players in the world compete for the first major of the year. Live only on the Disc Golf Network.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Morton, Illinois. We're at Northwood Park for our 2024 PDGA Champions Cup, presented by Bushnell. Missy Gannon has performed quite well at Northwood Park, hoping to do so again this weekend. Our two-time world champion, Kristen Tatar, ready to defend her title. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller alongside four-time world champ and Hall of Famer in Valerie Jenkins. Val, it's been a crazy season so far. Feels like anyone could win this, and some of our players seem to be popping off at just the right time, ready to go for our second major on the FPO side.
Yeah, and you got to think, you had to be ready to go so early in the season. This is already the second major for our women. Missy Gannon has one under her belt. We'll see if Kristen can defend, but we've seen so many winners on tour this season. I'm excited to see what happens in the woods.
And it really is an opportunity for these players to kind of showcase all sorts of skills and talents. Like you were just saying, in the woods, the overall kind of premise to most of the courses in the beginning of the season feels like it's a little bit more open, a little bit more friendly for you, kind of getting things ramped up and ready to go for the season. Now we're heading into the Northwood course, and you have to hit your lines. So crucial out here.
Yeah, and we see some of our players. I mean, think about Owen Scoggins. The tournament that she won, Open at Austin, she absolutely shredded the course in the woods, and it's with shots like this. So Owen is definitely one to watch this week.
Yeah, she ended up finishing in Austin with a 10.29 event rating, the highest we've ever seen at a Disc Golf Pro Tour or Elite event. And Missy Gannon picks up her first major just a few weeks ago at the United States Women's Disc Golf Championship. We knew it was coming. It was just a matter of when, and Missy getting that monkey off her back, so to speak.
I would say this course is pretty similar. It's going to require those accurate shots like we saw down in Austin.
And then, of course, we have our two-time world champion and the woman that swept the majors last year in Kristen Tatar. So impressive. She's been on a roll. I was talking about popping off at just the right time. She seems like she's really hitting her stride. The last 3 weekends where she's gone out and competed, she's left with victories. This weekend, she's looking to do the same. And as we take a look, the U.S. Women's really the only weekend where she wasn't on top of her best game, it felt like. 985, but then came back at Texas State's 1007 rating. Jonesboro 1016 onto the victory, and Music City just last weekend 1017. So really ramping up into this second major of the season. It's been so impressive what we've seen, the parity over on the FPO side, and all of the FPO wins this season. Every FPO has had an average rating of over 1,000. The lowest average event rating in a win has been 1,004. That was at the U.S. Women's. And the longest streak of 1,000 rated wins in major or elite series history. We're in the midst of that. We have 7 of them, and I don't think this weekend will be any different.
That just tells you got to be ready to play. You got to be ready to win right from the start.
And we're fortunate enough to have Nate Perkins out there on the ground this weekend, and we're going to check in with him. And let's find out what's going on over there in Morton. Perks, how's the weather?
Well, typically, Terry, we're here in the middle of summer. You know, we're here in August, and it's hot and it's humid, and it's a relief that we're here in the springtime. It's 40 degrees right now, so it's actually really chilly out here on the ground. I mean, Holland Hanley's got her mittens on right now. Everyone's layered up. It's supposed to get up to 50 degrees, but the wind is down, and that's just pretty pleasant out, I would describe it. And you know, with the weather looming this weekend, I think a lot of the players are just relieved that they at least get one Bluebird Sky day here on the opening round.
Well, appreciate it, Nate. And you guys saw our Arcana current conditions there. A little chilly here this morning, and Natalie Ryan tapping in for birdie. That's back-to-back birdies to open up on holes 1 and 2. And Natalie Ryan off to an early lead here at the Champions Cup. Natalie Ryan along with Silva Saarinen out on top. And when we come back, our second feature card will tee off.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Backup hole. Y'all ready for this?
Girl, we're always ready.
Yep.
Sarah, have you tried this new True Athlete pre-workout? It's so good. Good food, good birdie.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Soup's up. What's even in there? It is birdies.
With this collaboration with Discraft and Grip, the goal is to make the best bag in disc golf on and off the course. This bag is designed beyond the course. This is made for the travel. This is made for the tour. It's really made for the athlete of the sport. So many new changes that I can't wait to show off and others see and use and utilize. I believe disc golfers will love this new bag.
Champions Cup is a PDGA major and presented by Bushnell. Let's push the sport together. course, I invite you to head over to the Disc Golf Pro Tour Pro Shop, where you can check out the newest disc from last year's Champions Cup champion, Kristen Tatar. Scan the QR code to see her latest Latitude 64 releases, all available right there in the Disc Golf Pro Tour Pro Shop. Thanks to all our new fancy technologies, you could just go ahead and scan that QR code, even if you have to just, put the video on pause for a moment. Head on over to Disc Golf Pro Tour Shop. Kristen's getting set to defend her title here in Morton. Ryan throwing her second shot on the third. That came to rest in circle two, so another look for birdie.
To the 2024 PDGA Champions Cup Disc Golf Tournament. On behalf of the presenting sponsor, Bushnell, the PDGA, and the Ledgestone team, we welcome you to Northwood Park. This is card number 2 for the day, 9:10 tee time. First off the box, from Pirkkala, Finland, Evelina Salonen.
No, Evelina's got the power, but she is a great accuracy thrower. I'm excited to see what she does.
Grapevine, Texas, Colin Henley.
Anything clean off the tee is good on this course.
Gilbert, Arizona, Jennifer Allen. Rounding out the card from Ocean Port, New Jersey, Ellie Mitley. Ladies, have fun out there.
Certainly no shortage of power on that card. It'll be all about the accuracy out here at Northwood, though. And after an errant third shot, we're catching up with Ryan throwing her fourth on the par 5, hole number 3. And that actually will be in circle 2 now. It's a chance to save the par. Nate Perkins is out on the course as we mentioned, but now he's joined with the PDGA's own Grant Zellner. Let's check in with him.
Grant, happy to be out here at the Major Championship with you. What do you have going on over at the PDGA?
It's that time of year where everything is going on at the PDGA all at the same time. So we'll just try to take them in order this weekend. First deadline of note, April 30th. If you are wanting to get more involved in the game of disc golf, especially at the PDGA level, one of the number one things you can do, of course, is vote for your candidate in the Board of Elections coming up. But if you want to do even more than that and be a potential board member, April 30th is the deadline to get your items in to be a part of the board of directors. So you can find all the information you need at pdga.com, submit that information for a chance at least to be one of those candidates later on this year. I can't wait to find out who I'm going to interview to hear about their platform and what they want to do in the game of disc golf.
Cool, Grant. And Women's Global, has that already happened, or that's coming up, right?
Oh, no, that's coming up on May 18th and 19th. It's a massive event. The last time around 2 years ago, more than 3,000 participants played globally across something like 27 different divisions. An incredible chance to come together in various communities, but to compete globally. Now, this year, there is still time to create an event. So if you're an event director, you can go ahead and still create your event. It's not too late. If you are a player or thinking about being a player, it's very important that you go ahead and register. I know sometimes we all like to wait and register late because we're not sure if we're going to be off work or something like that. This is one of those times where it's really important to register early. It helps the tournament directors know what they need to get in order so that they can handle this volume of players. So if you're even thinking about playing, go ahead and reserve your spot by registering in an event in your area. It'll just help us get that count accurate so all of those tournament directors can get those players packs and those trophies and whatever else they need to be ready for what we expect to be an incredible Women's Global event in 2024.
All right, Grant, thanks so much for all that information. Let's get out there and enjoy the action. Back to you guys, Terry.
Appreciate all the info coming in from Grant and the rest of the crew at the PDGA. Ryan with a long par look. And that comes up short. So after back-to-back birdies to open, looks like a bogey will be added to the card. Salonen with her second.
This is where Jen threw her up shot. So this is left for par. She leaves it weak on the left side.
Just sneaking over the rim for Eliezer in for the par. Salonen and Hanley with close cleanups here on hole number one. They'll take a long walk over to two. Natalie will tap in for the bogey on hole number three. And with that, Silva Saarinen, your outright leader at 2 under. I'm going to take a quick break. More when we return.
We're continuing the 40th anniversary celebration of both the AVR and the XD. We're bringing back the hands stamp for the AVR in a KC Galactic plastic.
If there is any disc that is iconic to disc golf, it's the AVR.
And in the XD, the original AVR XD artwork coming back. And this is available in a metal flake black star.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Natalie Ryan teeing on the 4th.
A reachable par 3. And that will help her erase her bogey stroke.
So we roll the Zuko replay. Also looking for that bounce back statistic coming back after the bogey on the previous hole, threading it all the way through. Just 325 feet, as you said, reachable par 3, but it's all about threading the needle. That is a very tiny fairway.
The tee shot on 2. You can see how steeply uphill the players have to throw immediately off of the tee. It can make it difficult to adjust where their disc is going to land once it crests over the top of the hill. Popular collection point over on that left side. Shape of this hole bends around to the right. And that was such a great line from Jen. It's tree directed back to the left.
And realizing maybe a tight pull to the inside right line. A little closer than she was hoping for. Looks like she's gotten away with it, though.
I'm 47, though, still, and I have a third kid on the way. That makes me pretty old.
The last major title that Paige Pierce was able to get was the Champions Cup 2 years ago. Seeing her now rebounding from that injury last year.
And when we take a look at our FPO players with the most majors of all time, Paige sits on top of that list at 17. Val, right sitting next to me here at 16. Des Redding, Elaine King, Katrina Allen all have 7 to their name. And Kristen, along with Juliana Korber, both with 6.
When you think about Paige, her last world title that she was able to take down was in this area. So I'm sure there's some good feelings for Paige coming into this tournament.
Any questions? I do have questions. You know, like the logs you were just talking about and stuff, those are like considered part of the course. You're not allowed to move those, right? Or yeah.
Whoop, sorry.
Caught up with Jen. This is her 3rd. She had to pitch just to this positioning on the fairway.
Right around circle's edge.
And less than 5 minutes before Kristen will start her title defense here at the Champions Cup. Still short for Hanley off to the left side of the fairway. And we are just about 3 minutes away from Owen Scoggins and the rest of this incredible feature card. We'll see them tee in just a moment. We'll be right back.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at PowerDGA.com.
The newest disc to my collection is the Drive. Passion, fierce, these are things that I feel when I play disc golf, and Drive for me is something that I feel so strongly. I was looking for something in between like a Surge SS and a Zeus. I wanted something that could get me like the full S flight without having to try as hard as I would with the Zeus. Finding myself feeling a lot more confident with this disc in my hand in the woods than I've ever been before. This just felt like such a natural step to create my dream driver.
I'm beyond excited to introduce my first disc with MVP, the Prism Proton Envy, also known as Rebirth. The stamp is really special. It's an eagle rising from the flames. It's a disc that I feel like is so versatile, whether it be an approach putter or a throwing putter that can be almost classified as a mid-range. I absolutely love the fact that my name's on it and I'm gonna be able to throw it. It's an incredible disc.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Natalie Ryan will tap in for the birdie on hole number 4. Ellie Ezra with her second. And a good forward kick for Ellie Ezra.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 PDGA Champions Cup Disc Golf Tournament. On behalf of the presenting sponsor, Bushnell, the PDGA, and the Ledgestone team, we welcome you to Northwood Park. This is card number 1, teeing off at 9:30. First off of the box, from Pärnu, Estonia, the defending tournament champion, the 2022-23 reigning world champion, Kristen Tatar. Next off the tee, from Pensacola, Florida, the 2022 tournament champion, 5-time world champion, Paige Pierce. Next up, from Beacon, New York, Missy Gaynor. And rounding out card number 1, from Los Angeles, California, Owen Scoggins.
So after the kick, Scoggins will find the fairway. Pierce appears to be in trouble. We'll see if she stayed in bounds after that early kick off to the left side. Ryan teeing on the 5th. That's going to be in bounds. Midling. Birdie. Good bounce back after the opening bogey on hole number 1. And let's take a look at Val's Keys, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, we're already seeing it, Terry. Accuracy is going to be a huge key to playing well out at the course today. Landing zones, that's very important. So whether your game plan is to go for it off of the tee shot, you need to make sure you're getting into a good position, or we see a lot of players choosing for the more strategic layup, throwing something a little bit slower just to stay in the fairway. And when it all comes down to it and your tee shots or your up shots aren't going great, you need to rely on putting. So I'm expecting putting to be a crucial factor to see how the players shoot well on this course.
Pierce did go out of bounds. She's able to bring it in up to 1 meter. She's done just that. She does have a relatively clean line to the basket to be able to get up and down, possibly save the bogey.
Not quite enough distance for Paige. She's going to have a circle 2 putt.
Natalie Ezra with her tee shot on 3. Will be on the right side of the fairway. Ryan with her second on the 5th. Trying to collect a par. Back with Scoggins. Owens inside the circle with a look to save the par on hole 1. And Natalie had said it wasn't perfect, but good enough to collect her first par of the round.
Kristen choosing a shorter drive off the tee, but it lands her perfectly in the center of the fairway and easy up and down.
Very few would be disappointed with a stress-free par on hole number 1.
I know Paige would take it right about now. And Missy had a lot of power behind her drive. This hole measures up to be 455 feet. It's slightly downhill. She missed all the trees and she still has this left.
Just outside of the bullseye for Missy. Missy, who took last weekend off, talked about spending some time with some friends and getting herself both mentally and physically prepared for this upcoming major this weekend. So a couple of our players not in Music City competing in that event last weekend. And the straddle putt for double bogey is in for Pierce. She'll start out 2 over par. Owen is in for the par. Owen also another competitor that did not play in the Music City Open last weekend. In fact, the opening round of the Music City was taking place. I was walking around the course, taking a look at it myself, and who did I run into? Owen Scoggins, just out there practicing, getting her work in last Friday on the course, getting a little jump start ahead of most of the field. And Kristen is in for the par. They have a lengthy walk over to the tee of 2, so we'll catch up with Ryan on the tee of 6. A very straight drive right up the middle for Natalie. Middling second will be on the right side. And we're seeing 2 under as our leaders. Nid Ovatanisan doing some work out there, sitting at 1 under par. Nid coming in from Florida, a newer player to the tour. Great to see her out here at the Champions Cup. She's not on tour full time, so to see her to make the journey over to Illinois is be awesome for her and her career. As we take a look at hole number 2. Well, give us the flyover action. What are we seeing here?
Well, we already kind of saw the preview of that tee shot, having to throw up over the hill. You have to make sure that your shot is finishing out to the right. We see a lot of shots because of how high the players are throwing off the tee, ending up on that left-hand side. It's not the worst place to be, but if you can land in the open, you're going to set yourself up for this nice tunnel shot to the basket. It's a par 4, and I think the most important part is placing that tee shot to set yourself up for the rest of the hole. No OB. There is a slight drop off behind the pin, so controlling that distance on the upshot will be something the players need to think about.
And so many of our previews brought to us by our friends over at flightfactorydisc.com. Make sure you check them out if you want to support your favorite pro or pick up some new merchandise. Flightfactorydisc.com is the place to do it.
That's the danger of over accentuating that Anheuser shot. Too much angle, hitting the top of the hill will give you that roll. Owen had a beautiful height underneath this disc.
And Pierce trying to bounce back with what appears to be the best drive in the group.
Natalie just put too much angle on that disc. And with not enough height or stability, it just doesn't hyzer back.
Oh boy.
Well, Eliezer may be getting away with one. You heard the reaction immediately out of her hand. This would be a really interesting test for her. She has so much power. Maybe the longest thrower in the entire FPO division, certainly one of the top 2 or 3. And it's a matter of, can she control it? Can she hit the lines on this heavily wooded track?
We've seen this course be played in so many different configurations. This weekend is a mixture of Northwoods Black and the course that we saw being played at the World Championships in 2019. So it's a good mixture of holes, and this course has just really developed since it's one of the oldest courses in the area, but they have really had a lot of space to make it grow, to grow with the sport, to make shots like this in the woods, to kind of follow where the game is now.
And we hear the sounds of nature, but not much else. What's going on out there, Nate?
Yeah, it's extra quiet out here, Terry. I mean, often it's pretty tense on the lead card, but there's just a different level of tension right now with the start of this major. And I mean, even the crowd doesn't know, when to clap, when to not. They don't know if it's a good shot. And yeah, it's tense here on the lead card.
Pierce stepping up and now throwing her second. And two near perfect shots on the second hole will give her an opportunity to pick up the birdie and possibly chip away at that double bogey she opened the round with. We roll another Zuka replay.
And we talk about Paige, and her skill set is distance, it's power. But the fact that she can use that power by throwing a slower disc, that helps her be accurate in the woods.
Forehand is effective for Ryan. Looks like possibly the second par for her coming up. So Ryan will remain at 2 under. Kristen with no problem finding the line, another bullseye hit.
Yeah.
And looking for a par. So the mistake by Ellie will cost her. It's going to be a bogey. Scoggins, meanwhile, a long jumper, which will end just outside of the circle. So it looks like a par coming up, most likely for Scoggins. And the long attempt at par by Missy is not on the mark, so that's going to be a bogey on her second.
And it's such a fine line off of these tee shots. Missy wasn't far off of that tee shot landing right in the middle of the fairway. And all of a sudden, a bogey stroke to her scorecard. There's so much to think about on every shot.
Pierce for birdie. Just a few inches short. So after a great drive and a pretty good approach, Pierce is going to walk away with a par. head over to hole 3 and let's take a look at it, Val.
Well, the first 2 holes were a warm-up as we head into this par 5, almost 1,000 feet through the woods. It's a tunnel shot off of the tee, but you want to make sure you're getting distance. So players do feel they have to really power this shot, but you have to think it's so important to stay in the fairway. As you get to this corner here, it's very sharp as it doglegs off to the left. There's a couple of different landing zones. You can go long or you can play on the inside. And this next shot kind of swoops around. It's more wide on that right side, but there are guardian trees as you get closer to the pin. It's all about placement here and how you can set yourself up for that next shot. If you're off the fairway at any point on this hole, that's when the strokes start to add up, and you have to make the decision whether you just pitch out in the open or if you have an opportunity to save yourself, can you give yourself another 50, 100 feet?
And our early leader currently is Silva Saarinen, who's sitting at 3 under as she's through 8 holes. And impressive to be at 3 under, and equally as impressive is the lack of bogeys on the scorecard as she's out ahead through 8 holes already. Also 100% C1X putting. Not really surprised if you've seen what Silva was doing, especially last year. I know she had a few of her struggles last weekend at Music City Open when she was on the lead card, but certainly one of the most solid putters that we've seen in the division in the last couple of years.
Own doing what she does best, using the entire fairway for that flight.
As it was heading to the tree, I was thinking she needs that to kick to the right, and it's the exact opposite. Trouble for Pierce.
There's no OB on this hole. It's just a couple of helpful spotters helping the players find their discs. Now that is a beautiful shot. What a card. You have to think of what's going on in these players' minds. They all have something they're fighting for.
And a favorable late kick works out for Jen Allen. Well inside the circle with a birdie look on 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going
hole
into the
4.
woods, though. I just don't want to accidentally slide into his ankle.
Ryan on the tee of 7. And a near perfect drive. Tunnel shot coming up next on the 2nd. Back with Pierce going into the forehand roller and not the line needed. So very little progress for Pierce. Hanley's 2nd on 4.
We've got the forehand roller showcase happening right now. Let's see if Paige does any better.
Par's in play. Par's in play.
Par is in play, as they're saying. It's going to take quite an impressive 4th for that to be the case. She still has a long way to the pin. Holland will have that left. Looks like she'll be picking up her first bogey of the day.
Kristen has clear space to run up. She's got a clear window. And even with the tree kick, I think she'll still be in a good position.
The result of that tree kick certainly helped for what she's going to have left on her third.
Two inside for Own to get around the corner, but another helpful tree kick.
And something to keep in mind throughout this entire weekend is, on a hole like this, the elevation changes are somewhat subtle. You're basically playing relatively flat for the first 300 or 400 feet of this hole, and then it bends down and to the left. We've seen elevation changes already, though, on holes 1, 2, and now here on the third. That's going to be consistent throughout this entire weekend. And you think about fatigue, you think about the play, you think about both the mental and physical challenges that are going to be presented. As we're watching Missy, can she take advantage of the big drive? And that's going to be on the wide right side. She'll have some maneuvering to do, but certainly an opportunity to get up and down with a look for birdie. Hanley for bogey. And that one just barely over the edge. Hanley said the only thing that's really kept her from winning this year is just a few bad holes. She knows that she's played very well throughout many stretches of a course and throughout the tournament, but when she's come up short, she's had just a few bad holes where she really needs to eliminate those, but she's been overall very happy with her mindset and how she's been game planning the rest of her rounds and tournaments. Just a matter of getting rid of those few big mistakes. Scoggins third. Can Jen take advantage? No, the putter fails her. That's one you'll be kicking yourself for. That is such a narrow fairway. She got it all the way down there inside 25 feet, but doesn't convert on the birdie.
Kristen bending it around the corner and leaves it inside again. She'll be just around circle's edge. This is a tricky shot. Paige is on the left-hand side of the fairway, trying to get this disc to bend from right to left.
Okay.
Wow. And that last tree kick bumps her up in front of the trees. She's going to be at circle's edge with a clean look to the pin.
Now watching Evelina Salonen tee off on 5. And beautiful shot by Evelina. Bullseye hit.
Missy has to throw it just to the right of that bending tree on the top left of our screen. Another circle's edge putt coming up. This tee shot, they're throwing over. Oh, wow. Almost throwing it in. They're throwing over OB, which I feel like can get in the player's mind of you cannot hit a tree. You cannot touch a tree on this tee shot. But an absolute perfect drive from Holland. Right on line.
And taking a look at that drive, which was powered by Nakwa Adventure Gear and Lifestyle Power.
Look at this putt, Terry. These are the kind of putts you practice in your backyard. Between the trees, outside the circle. Kristen doesn't connect.
Pierce for par.
It was a game plan all along.
I don't know that she had back-to-back roller forehands necessarily on her game plan for today here on the third, but it pays off as Pierce is able to walk away with the par, excuse me. I'm getting myself twisted around watching everything she had to do just to scramble herself into that par. And Scoggins waits just a moment for a possible distraction and then makes the putt. Kristen has no problem cleaning up. Ryan had thrown a perfect drive to here. Oh, but that one hits on the left side, kicks hard to the right. Meanwhile, Salonen in for her first birdie. Holland Hanley would also go on to tap in for the birdie after that incredible drive. Silva still out in front, 3 under through 9.
And Silva went back-to-back birdies on both hole 4 and 5. See par 3 here on hole 4. Just over 300 feet. You can throw the shot right up the gut, or you can play to the right of that tree that we're passing right there. There's another accessible area on that right-hand side. You want to make sure that you're getting enough power that you can get near these guardian trees to give yourself a look at that birdie. middle of the road in difficulty so far today, but I think this is a great opportunity for players to give themselves a birdie putt or get a birdie on the scorecard and help minimize some of the mistakes maybe they've already had in the round. We're seeing Own throw a lot of backhands today already. This one fades off to the left. She's going to have a lengthy putt for birdie. Saw Owen in the background actually lining up the forehand, wondering if that's what she should have thrown. Well done from Paige, utilizing that right-hand side lane.
Any shot that gets all the way down this fairway clean is so impressive. So the fact that we've seen 3 or 4 of them in total out of our first few cards, and then we see opportunities even for the birdie. It's only 324 feet, but requires such pinpoint accuracy. Ryan's third, and that will fight back onto the green, so par likely coming, but still you got to be thinking about the missed opportunity after the near perfect tee shot. Three pars in a row now for Ryan.
Listen, out of position for the birdie run.
Goggins contemplating her lie. Looks like she's going to ultimately go for the straddle.
Hit it.
It's deep in circle too, and not quite enough power.
That's such a good line. And as soon as she released it, she was ready to run that in. Falls just an inch short.
Pierce trying to collect her first birdie of the round, and that one is in. So Pierce finally starting to chip away at that double bogey she opened with. Gannon for par. Kristen and Owen are also in for their pars. Ryan on the tee of 8.
One of the most open tee shots on this course. Narrows into the edge of the woods. Natalie's going to have a putt for birdie.
Very effective second shot from Hanley. Now Evelina Salonen. That 2 is clean, and Evelina just outside the bullseye.
We might have 2 more players finding their way to under par in just a few moments. Scores are stacked up. We've got Silva and Jessica Weiss halfway through the course under par.
Pierce on the tee of 5. That's going to drift to the right side, and Pierce will get a green flag.
There's an OB area directly off the tee. They have to clear the river, and then that OB line rides that right-hand side, and that's where Paige was pushing to.
No.
Come on. Be nice.
See the red flag coming in for Kristen's drive, so she'll be out of bounds.
There is a drop zone that she'll proceed to. Now that's the shot, Terry. A brutal roll away.
She's actually going to roll toward where we'll see the MPO pin this afternoon. I believe she'll be closer to that than she is to the pin she was playing to. What looked like such a good shot. Ultimately kicks up, hits the basket, and then, like you called it, Val, brutal roll away.
This was the absolutely perfect line. She would not change a thing. Even when it hits the ground, you think it slows it down a bit, but it gets that ricochet, pops it up on edge. And I'm not even sure she'll be able to putt from that far down in that riverbed. We'll see.
Almost.
Missy Gannon back-to-back and reigning Ledgestone champion. 986 average rating at Northwood Black Shorts, the highest all-time in FPO. Natalie with the birdie look. Doesn't draw much metal, if any at all. distracted by the tree just to her left, and not a very aggressive bid coming from Kristen from the drop zone, as she'll go out and retrieve her drive. Hanley with a birdie look. So back-to-back birdies now for Hanley on 5 and 6.
Both Holland and Evelina, both under par. Getting things going on 5 and 6.
So Missy can see the pin. Gonna take the hyzer line up and over, and that's going to feel very disappointing after that drive, knowing just how close she was to an ace run, or possibly just even having it sit down for a very short-range birdie look. Instead, it's going to be a par. Pierce for birdie. And Scoggins takes advantage of the inside the circle look. A little bit of chaos and confusion here as they're trying to clean things up.
Wow, that was so close. That was.
And after the missed birdie attempt, the comebacker is short. So Ryan is looking to put a bogey on the scorecard, turning that birdie look into the bogey. Silva still out in front at 3 under through 10.
Another opportunity lost for Natalie after another great tee shot. Cannot take anything for granted out here. You have to lay out the hole cleanly if you want to score.
Rachel Turton ready to throw her second on 7.
Representing Great Britain with a beautiful second shot.
And Silva Saarinen with the birdie look, and now a 2-shot lead as we catch up with her on the 11th. And once they get to the next tee, we'll see that update. She'll move to 4 under through 11. Silva playing great golf. That 100% C1X putting. I remember watching her last year with some of our European events and just thinking she's just fearless on the putting green. She has a very quick release. She just gets up there and fires, and it's been so effective. And she has such long range as well. You see Scoggins tee off after the birdie.
Well, you do think of some of our best putters. Owen, for example, how quickly she sets up, doesn't allow her mind to creep in with any doubt, and makes the putt. Players are trying to do just like this from Missy, pushing that back edge of the trees and then slowly fading off to the left. Hole 6 is 732 feet.
Champions Cup is our second FPO major of the year. Missy Gannon, of course, taking down the first one, the United States Women's Disc Golf Championship in Texas. We've seen her show up when some of the biggest checks are on the line, but one thing that she was missing was a major title. She took care of that last month. As you see her tapping out there on 18. Big celebration, of course, for Missy. However, she's got a long way to go if she wants to catch up to some of our greats, including one Valerie Jenkins, who sits next to me with 16 majors. Val, I feel like if I asked you a week ago how many majors, I don't even know if you would have kept track. Do you even remember things like that?
Well, now that Paige has one more than me, I certainly know how many. And maybe it's not over yet. See if the battle continues.
You're coming back? Is this what we're hearing? Was that a unretirement announcement?
I don't know about a major, but I am going to be playing the women's global event in a couple of weeks. So I've been practice putting, but no majors yet on my schedule.
All right. Well, we'll welcome you back anytime. Would be excited to see it as we watch Kristen with a perfect second shot.
But there is a conversation about, getting over that hurdle and taking down your first major title. Once you can do that, once you've checked off that goal, and we know that was a huge goal for Missy Gannon, once you've done that, now you have that in your back pocket. And so Missy, like you said, took down some big paydays, big tournaments, tour championships, but now she's a major champion. And can she do it again? She knows she can. So that's, when it rains, it pours. So we'll see if Missy can keep that streak going.
Scoggins will have a look from shallow circle 2.
Certainly not the intended line, but it works out.
Evelina Salonen teeing off on the 7th.
It's all about placement on this tee shot. What we saw out of Natalie a few moments ago, just laying to that opening, getting your tee shot into a place where you can execute on your second shot down that tunnel.
Like the secondary rollout will help Hanley. Gannon's long look at birdie isn't quite on the mark, so it looks like a par coming up. Not by much, but it counts. Scoggins in for the birdie. And Kristen in for her first birdie of the round. At a time where she's bouncing back from the bogey she took on the previous hole, number 5. So Kristen will come back to par.
Go, Paige.
Paige taps in. They have a lengthy walk over to the tee of 7. So we'll catch up. Saarinen on the tee of 12. Over the bridge. Perfect positioning. We're going to take a break on the network. We'll be right back.
We're tough.
Yeah.
And we love the outdoors, right? But poison ivy's nasty, even for tough guys like us. So we use Zanfel.
Zanfel works fast and washes away the itch.
Zanfel neutralizes toxins and washes them from your skin. In seconds, the itch is gone. Healing begins.
When you get poison ivy, get Zanfel. It works. Immediate relief, and we're right back to being tough, right?
Right.
Got poison ivy, get Zanfel.
It works.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
Zuka.
Zuka. Zuka.
Zuka. Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Disc that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
The pixel makes putting so effortless, which is exactly what I wanted from this disc, that I can just put it on the line and then just let the disc slow float to the chains. For me, always, the more a putter beats in, the more magic it has inside, so hit those chains.
Introducing Fractal Line Discs from Prodigy. Fractal is the new visual treatment joining spectrum, glimmer, and glow, flashing colors in a complex motif. It's calming, chaotic, and completely one of a kind. Learn more at prodigydisc.com.
It appears that we have the Estonian fan club. Perks, give us the update. What are these guys doing out there? Are they here just for the action?
Well, Terry, I recognized a couple of them from my own travels in Estonia. I walked up to them and asked them if they were playing any tournaments while they were here in America, and they said that they just came to the Champions Cup to witness greatness and support one of the great athletes of Estonia. And another one looked at me and said, "She's a hero back in Estonia."
Well, she certainly is, and what loyalty and dedication and fandom, and we love it as we're seeing Kristen is now even par through 6, coming off the birdie on the previous hole. Yeah, when you're in Estonia, we've seen some of the billboards right now. Her and Isaac Robinson, I know, are posted on some billboards. You see her in advertisements along with Air Baltic, one of the Estonian-based airlines over there. Hero sounds like the appropriate term, as she's so highly regarded in Estonia. Salonen with the forehand. And that also connects with a tree. Saarinen second. She'll still have the tunnel to navigate on the ending portion there of hole number 12.
Holland is far on the right side of 7. Had an open approach. You see most players just going for this layup to try and get into a good position, and that was a very helpful bounce off of the chain link fence on right behind that tee pad. And that's what you really want. You want to be directly dead center so you're lined up with the tunnel shot. It's just tough to hit the line on the second shot if you're not lined up perfectly. Oh, and Paige there should be in a good spot right near Owens.
That rollout certainly helped.
And with Missy going for that direct line, it doesn't leave anything up for chance. She didn't rely on a skip. She didn't rely on a bounce off of the fence. She threw the shot she needed to throw to get her in the place.
And Silva will have a long look to add to her lead. That will be for a birdie. And right now, you wouldn't be mad with a par on hole number 12. Typically plays as one of the most difficult holes on the course, and she has a birdie look. Meanwhile, we're back with Jessica Weiss, also on 12, seeing another forehand roller. And she's coming from the right side. She's going to need that to sit down. And that's going to check up just on the edge. Just a little ways beyond that, it goes downhill almost 100 feet to the bottom of a ravine. And that was Hanley for her par on the 7th.
A very similar shot to her tee shot, right down the middle. And you have to be happy with a shot that you hit the line. Maybe it wasn't the height she wanted, but she's right in the middle of the fairway. And it's very challenging to get underneath the basket on the second shot. So you just want to make sure that you're throwing that shot and getting yourself continuing to be in play. We have yet to see a birdie on hole 7 today.
Owen's birdie look will be from circle 2. Angle and positioning is great here for Pierce. As you can see, though, she's dealing with the back of the fence there in her run-up. And does it have the power? It's got the angle and the line, but it's going to come up short. So Pierce will have a long look for birdie, but stays out of trouble. Sarnen's attempt at birdie goes long. So she'll have a short comeback putt for the par.
Being to the side of the fairway really narrows the line that you have to work with on your shot.
So although it's clean, it'll be on the right side. She too will have a long look for birdie. And Sarnen will tap in for the par. Still a clean scorecard. Holland on the tee of 8. Just 25 feet left to the pin. A long birdie attempt for Gannon. Doesn't quite have the power of Pierce, just a little closer. It's a very gradual decline just behind the pin here.
that one.
I know, I didn't even see her right there.
Yeah, I was thinking she was over there.
Val, I believe you said this was birdie free today, so Owen is our last chance.
She got great distance on that second shot.
In the middle of circle 2, and Scoggins just off the front of the basket.
So no birdies, but a well-executed hole for this group. Good placement on their tee shots, giving themselves an opportunity for birdie runs on their putts.
They usually have one at the
There's a lot of trouble to be had on those second and third shots.
We saw the drive by Hanley. Now the birdie look. She cashes that one in right side. She's picked up 3 of her last 4. So Hanley will move to 2 under. Eliezra has a par look on 8.
Ooh, and it catches chains.
Salonen also with a par luck.
Nope, I knew it was in.
We'll take a look at what they're trying to do here on hole number 8, Val.
It's a wide open tee shot. You just have to pick your line, trust the disc that you're going to throw. There is a bit of low ceiling that the players have to deal with, so that can really play into how much distance they can get down this fairway and how short they can make that birdie attempt. See a lot of players leaving it short because of that low ceiling, but you want to make sure you can get a little extra skip, get it close to the pin. I'd say this is slightly elevated as it's perched here up on those rocks. So if you go long on your approach, you will have to think about that drop off behind the pin on your comeback putt.
And our flyovers are provided to us by our friends over at flightfactorydisc.com. Make sure you check them out as we rejoin our card. And that's pulled way off to the right side for Scoggins. That will likely eliminate any look for birdie.
Is that a poor disc selection? It doesn't seem like the wind is blowing that severe.
And Kristen will push to the left side of the fairway. And that's going to be low out of Pierce. We saw Owen pull it way off to the right side. Nate, any insight if that was disc selection or was it some other factor?
Well, it's the first part of the course that we're actually exposed to the wind here, and there is a little bit of a head left to right. She went with her straightest 12 speed there and just barely got on top of it, and the wind kind of pushed it out to the right.
Appreciate it as we're watching a couple of skips come in from Gannon. She'll be in the similar territory where we just saw Kristen. However, Missy's going to be more open. She's a little closer to the pin.
And Owen was trying to take that right gap to allow the skip back to the left. And like Nate said, she threw a straight driver. The wind affected it. We'll see if she can get to the basket from where this drive ended up.
I believe she's going to be able to pitch up and then get within range, but she's not going to have a look where she's going to actually be able to go after the actual pin to try and put it in. Going to play against a backside wall of trees and shrubbery and bushes over here. You can see what she has to work with, which isn't much.
And for a player like Owen, all she needs to focus on is getting herself to a distance where she can go for a putt. She doesn't need it to get directly underneath the basket. You don't need it within arm's reach, but get to 20, 25 feet left of the pin, and that's going to give you a chance.
And she's over in a spot that she didn't even practice from. You would not expect to be throwing it this far to the right and this far offline, and it looks like that's going to be low and still in trouble. Here's Pierce, who had come up very short in the fairway. And she'll have that left to save the par. So Scoggins appears to be in circle 2 or just on the deep side of circle 1. So Kristen will be dealing with a low ceiling. She has to be careful because if you go past this pin, you could have just as challenging of a comeback putt. Or you could just put it in. Kristen from a knee.
No need to worry about comeback putts.
Not at all. Kristen, the low ceiling, gets the nose up and floats it in. Picks up the birdie on 8. Scoggins will end her bogey-free round here on the 8th. She'll fall back to 2 under. And Gannon also connects for birdie. Pierce with the par cleanup.
Yeah, this is a hole that in practice you're not even thinking about bogey. You're thinking birdie all day, a routine tee shot. You can see trouble is lurking on every hole.
Evelina's second shot on 9. And that's going to give her a look for birdie. Hanley's second shot. That's a long look from circle 2. Middling on the dance floor. Sarnen will be on the right side of the fairway on 13. Hanley a birdie look. Salonen for birdie. Evelina will go under par with that birdie. Saarinen just pitching up for position on the 13th.
Smart play from Silva. Over here on 9, over 600 feet, but OB lining the fairway on either side, and Kristen finds the wrong side of the line.
Now watching Gannon right up the center, and this fairway has gotten a little more narrow. Nate, talk to us about some of the changes out there.
I would say this is the most significant change to the Northwood course this year. This is an old gold hole, but they've tightened this in, and this OB line, it's maybe 60 feet across. It gives you that kind of Winthrop feeling where there's just tension on the tee pad, and with this tailwind it actually makes it difficult for the disc to not stable up, as we saw with Kristen's there, and then the grass is short enough that it can get a little trickle and find the OB pretty easy.
And Owen will keep it in bounds on the right side, and what this has also done from both FPO and MPO side is eliminated anyone going after that one with a roller. That seemed to be a very popular play off the tee there. Saarinen's third, after a skip or two, gets over the water. That one was low out of her hand.
Her stomach was probably in her throat at this moment. She kept that so low. It skips just off the bank and finds its way inbounds. She's going to be looking at her par. I think this hole is challenging as well, thinking about that low ceiling. The players want to throw a big distance shot and utilize the entire width of the fairway, but they have to keep it so low that it doesn't get that full flight out of the disc. I think the more direct line is the best play.
Silva with the opportunity to save the par. And the only remaining clean scorecard on the entire course belongs to Silva Saarinen, as she's through 13 holes.
And that personal pressure builds as you continue your way through the course, and you only have a few more holes left. Can she maintain that bogey-free scorecard?
Well, 14 is one of the most difficult holes, and that one's coming up for her next. Pierce, after going out of bounds, is now throwing her third.
Third disc on the ground. Picks up her fourth option.
This could be trouble if she hits early. She could find out of bounds on the left again. I didn't mean for that to happen. Truly prime positioning here for Scoggins.
It sure is, and it's just wide open. There's not a lot of trees to beat except for right in front of the pin. And she does it perfectly. Well done from Owen.
Yeah, I think you skip straight over there. Or maybe.
After taking her first bogey of the day on the previous hole, this is a huge comeback for her. A drop-in birdie. Just a few minutes away.
As you can see, Kristen wasn't out of bounds by much, literally just a few centimeters. I don't know how many. I can't do that much of a conversion. Just going to the centimeters is best I could do for you, Val.
10 to 12, I'd say. She goes on the inside of the tree. And we'll have that left for par. And Paige is still going to have those trees to beat. Can she swing it back to the left without carrying the disc too far straight and finding the OB? She has to at least give herself a look at a putt and keep this disc in bounds.
Under it though.
Good shot for Pierce. And great restraint from Pierce. I figured she'd run over and try and get a pet of that dog that's walking along. It seems to be what would be normally on her agenda. Pierce maintaining focus for the moment. Turton in trouble. Trying to pitch out and find the fairway. And if Silva happens to be looking at scores, she'd find herself atop the leaderboard at the moment. Playing alongside Stacy Ronsley. So a stress-free par coming up for Missy Gannon, now back with Rachel throwing her fourth. Likely a bogey coming up for Rachel. Rachel only has one bogey on her scorecard, and it was the opening hole. Since then, she's had nothing but birdies and pars. Great concentration there for Pierce, as she may have heard Mark Canada in the background making a call to kick off some of the MPO players. That is just on the other side of the parking lot, is where the start of the course is. Kristen for par. A near perfect approach from Scoggin. She's in for the birdie. We're going to take a quick break.
Okay, no problem.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it. I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Have to understand how things are up here. Welcome back. Hanley throwing her second. Up ahead on the green. Rachel putting for bogey, so she's in. She'll fall back to 1 under. Hannah Blomros. Val, let's take a look at hole number 10. In fact, we're going to throw it out to Nate Perkins because Nate's out there checking it out. Nate, what can you tell us about hole 10 as we see the flyover?
Well, this is another one that they brought back from the gold layout. I think you can remember this one from the 2019 World Championships, and I feel like it's going to be the second hardest hole in the course, behind, of course, hole 12. And I think we should expect backups from here on out, Terry. The back nine gets much harder, a lot more shots thrown for sure on the back.
Yeah, appreciate it, as we are seeing it currently play as the second hardest on the course. Maybe not everyone's through it yet. You were calling for 12 or 14. Right now 14's playing as the most difficult. Regardless, the back half, definitely plenty of challenge. And we see some caddy conversation all taking place. See Bob Giulio out there from Discraft, along with the Estonian fan base. Also, pace of play is about to slow down considerably as we head here into the back nine. Saarinen on the tee of 14, currently playing as the most difficult hole on the course. And not quite to the bend, so less than ideal for Saarinen off the tee. during the break. You saw it in the picture-in-picture. This was Evelina Salonin's tee shot. It looked good, but the roll made it even better. I'm not sure we're going to see too many duplicate that effort, Val.
Yeah, and the skip. You would want the skip to go nice and straight. Evelina's was skipping off to the left, but got readjusted. The third shot from Holland. Checks up inside the circle.
So she's deep of the pin coming back, and she'll have a look for the par. Meanwhile, Evelina in prime position. Jennifer Allen throwing her fourth, and that's pulled to the right. Very fortunate that it hit and then kicked down as opposed to carrying into the woods. Possibly a double bogey coming up for Allen. And Salonen throwing her second. You just simply can't throw a better drive than this. Does she take advantage? And the answer is no. Evelina.
She knows what just slipped through her fingers. More work than you would want on your putt for birdie.
Saarinen with her second shot on the par 5. And that is a really good recovery. Eliezra looking to pick up a par.
It's just a web of trees and branches that Evelina's going to have to putt through. And that's what's causing this backup. It's a very narrow fairway, but then if you get off of the fairway, it is thick, rough. It is very difficult to charge through and gain distance off of a shot that lands off the fairway. Not even a putt for Evelina.
So hopefully Evelina will be able to walk away with the par. And we get the green flag. Looks like our final feature card of the day ready to go as we head into the back 9 here at the Northwood Park.
Owen goes wide again. I don't think that's the most accurate shot. It is wide open if you just go for that straight shot down the gap. And what you want, you just pushing forward, penetrating through the trees, hoping to get down the hill just a bit.
Gannon is caught up early, kicks to the left. Her second shot would be good if she could get it to where we saw Evelina throw her drive. And that's also to the right, kind of in the neighborhood of where we saw Kristen throw her drive. Kristen was able to stay, well, we'll just say a little left of that. She might have a slightly better look to it, but They're both off on the right side. Hanley, the comebacker for par. Catching up with Lexi Marks on the 16th. I believe Lexi is an Illinois native. And just deep of the pin.
Getting a par on hole 10. It looks great on the scorecard, but Evelina's got a longer story to tell. What an insane drive she had. Great second shot from Owen. Owen picking out her landing zone for the next few rounds. Trying to find the exact point where she can get a good look on her second shot.
And Gannon, too, will be in the same territory as Scoggins. And not a common sight to see Evelina with a standstill, and she dials it up near perfect accuracy.
Yeah, 260 feet to the basket. So with the standstill, she just focused on the shot she wants to hit, the line she wants to hit, not necessarily the power that she needed.
So Kristen on the right side edge of the fairway.
She's going to have a small gap to hit through those trees. Maybe 3 feet wide. That's going to be the biggest thing she needs to focus on, is getting through that gap at the right angle. If she gets power behind this, she can get herself in putting range.
Contemplating every different angle and even a couple of different stances here.
And that's the risk you're taking. I mean, if you don't choose just to putt through those trees, you know that's in the back of your mind, that you might hit those trees and you might find yourself off the fairway.
So we saw the standstill backhand turnover from Evelina. Hanley going with the forehand. And that was a bad angle out of her hand. A couple of tree kicks. So she's not punished too much. She should be able to get up and down and potentially save the par from there, but not a great tee shot coming from Hanley. Sarnen with her third on the par 5, and this one is very clean. Sarnen looking to get through the most difficult hole on the course with a par. And she set herself up well to do so.
Little stallies. That's perfect.
from there.
Love it.
And we saw the drive by Lexi. This is the birdie look. And just short. Lexi hails out of Peru, Illinois, within a couple hours of this particular course. Nate, can you tell us what Kristen does or maybe doesn't have on her third shot here on 10?
Yeah, Terry, that was about the most aggressive that she's been all day. I thought she might even lay that one up. She kicked to instant bogey territory here, and she's looking over the top. I don't think she has any look, and I think she might just be trying to advance. Oh, and she hits high and it kicks back, and she might not have anything from there as well. Potential double bogey coming up here for Tatar.
And looks like trouble for Kristen. We're going to head over to Holland up ahead on 11. This is to save the par. And that one's low right side but in. So Holland will remain under par. Great turnover by Gannon. That'll be a stress-free par coming up for Gannon. Well, stress-free at this point. I was going to say her second shot was really where all the challenge came in. That was well executed.
Yeah, we're seeing the difficulty of the second shots and where that places you, and that's when the strokes can really add up.
Paige would like a carbon copy of what she just saw from Missy, and that one's going to finish right, so she'll be obstructed with her par putt. Evelina with the birdie look. So impressive to watch what she's done on the last 3 holes. She gets the birdie on 9, pars the very difficult 10th, and then picks up the birdie on 11. Kona Montgomery saving par. That's on the 17th. Scoggins for third. And Val, we know that Kristen is so good at reflecting and being analytical as to what she's doing on the course. Knowing they're going to be playing 4 rounds on this course, you know she's going to have to rethink what she did out here today. This may turn into a triple bogey.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about the shot that she was standing over, trying to hit the gap through the trees. And I think give her another chance, and she might land here. She might have given herself a look at a putt. It's the risk you have to take. She was in a great spot off of her drive. It's just a matter of executing that second shot a little bit better. And I mean, it's a matter of inches. A couple inches to the left, maybe she would have hit the gap perfectly.
I'm taking my 4 inches to the left.
Paige announcing how she's taking her lie. Of course, letting everyone know that it's still going to be legal, but it may look different from a different angle. And what a putt for Pierce. Scoggins in for the par. Kristen came into this hole at 1 under. She's going to leave over par on the round. And it looks like she's going to keep it to just a double bogey. So Kristen now goes to 1 over. She loses 2 to everyone else on the card. Salonen on the tee of on the tee of 12.
Looks great, right in the middle of the fairway.
This is actually a birdie look. And Saarinen next to the pin. Incredible second shot recovery for Saarinen is going to set her up for a par finish on the 14th. Watching Ella Hansen on the tee of 16.
OB carry, 330 feet downhill. She's going to have a birdie look. Silva Saarinen still leads the pack. I'm looking at her stats. Fairway hits, 93%. Scramble rate, she's only had to do it once, but she did it well. She's 100% there. She leads in C2 and regulation and in C1X putting as well. C1X putting, 100%.
Scoggins just outside of the bullseye.
Well, 11 is the shortest hole on the course, 260 feet. This is a gotta get birdie. This is a great opportunity to erase an over par stroke.
Gannon will have a look from inside the circle. And a punishing kick for Pierce off to the right-hand side. Errant shot. We'll see Kristen somewhat on tilt here after she struggled on the previous hole.
This back nine play is more difficult than the front nine, and as I was seeing the players with the backup on the tee of hole 10, I'm thinking, you know, this is almost like a restart. You're heading into this back nine as if it was the start of a round. And Kristen is struggling so far. Should be able to get up and down from there.
Pierce has a window. And she's going to need to convert from circle's edge or just inside of it possibly if she wants the par.
Yeah, I'd rather me fall than her fall.
And we head back. Now, Ella Hansen, I believe this is a casual relief. And this was actually a huge debate last week as Ella almost cashes it in. They added a casual area down and on that left side where we saw her drive go. So she moves to that drop zone, but without penalty. And that was some compromise between the tournament staff as well as the PDGA in terms of how to handle that section of the course. Incredible shot by Evelina.
Big save from Paige. She was not even close to being within birdie range, but this is a hole that you cannot bogey. You're already losing strokes on the field, but that was a huge putt to save her par.
Kristen also to save par. And you just said it, Val. You cannot bogey the easiest hole on the course. That is going to continue to rattle her as she comes off of the double bogey on the previous hole. Kristen's going to need a big reset to continue into this back nine. As Gannon will pick up the birdie. And we should see the same from Scoggins. And just like that, Own becomes a co-leader along with Silva Saarinen. Own tied with Silva, throwing on the 15th. And that's going to leak toward the left side, but checks up and stays inbounds.
So you can see you don't need a ton of distance on the tee shot. If you actually leave it a little bit shorter like we see from Holland and Evelina, you'll have more space to throw that second shot and you won't be nestled up to that side of the hill.
Scoggins and Saarinen tied atop the leaderboard. They're both at 4 under. And the treacherous 12th. We'll see them tee off on the other side of the break.
With this collaboration with Discraft and Grip, the goal is to make the best bag in disc golf on and off the course. This bag is designed beyond the course. This is made for the travel, this is made for the tour. It's really made for the athlete of the sport. So many new changes that I can't wait to show off and others see and use and utilize. I believe disc golfers will love this new bag.
Introducing Fractal Line Discs from Prodigy. Fractal is the new visual treatment joining Spectrum, Glimmer, and Glow as an additional aesthetic variation. Fractal line discs utilize a new proprietary processing technique, splashing colors in a complex motif that can trick the eye into seeing patterns while each element remains distinctive and abstract. It's calming, chaotic, and completely one of a kind. Learn more at ProdigyDisc.com.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Welcome back. We're on the tee of 12 with Owen Scoggins.
Flies a little too straight for Missy. Keeps her on that right side. Like I said, you don't need a ton of distance on this tee shot. Just something that lands in that flat area and give yourself some space from that hill. That's going to allow more room and not force you to have such a steep second shot up the hill.
Obstructed and left side for Kristen. Less than ideal. We're going to check in with Silva Saarinen on the 15th. We saw the tee shot that came up just short of the OB on the left side. Now can she put herself in position for another birdie? And the answer is yes. Saarinen trying to become a solo leader at 5 under. Evelina's third shot up ahead on 12. And she'll go on to put that in for birdie. Kona Montgomery throwing her third. Trying to close out strong on the 18th.
There's a lot of control that you have when you're throwing up on the side hill. The 18th basket perched on that slope. So you want to make sure that you're riding that right side. You're going to have less slope to deal with on your putt.
And excuse me, that was her second, which means this is an eagle for Kona to close out. Scoggins throwing her second on 12. And she'll just be on the edge of the corridor.
I didn't hit
and
my eye.
certainly a workable space for her.
So, yeah.
I want to throw it out to Perkins for a moment. Nate, it looks like they've kind of cleaned up and thinned out, or is that just springtime out there in Morton?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both, Terry. The long pad was almost unrecognizable with how much light was kind of filtering through the trees. They've definitely done a lot of work out here, and I think there's just less foliage, so I feel like, you know, this back nine might actually play a little easier, but that doesn't take away from the fact of how difficult it is to place your second in the fairway here on 12.
Appreciate the insight. I know up near the green, once you go off to the left side, because there's so much less tree coverage, it feels like a disc could go all the way down a hill that normally you wouldn't even realize was there during the summer months when we're frequently out here playing on this track. Head on the green. Hanley has a birdie look. Kristen not only needs to keep this clean, but also flat. Trying to get it to rest on top, and that's exactly what it does. And she is in great position to go down the tunnel now on her third.
Yeah, being off of the fairway on the tee shot, all you need to do is get to the top of the hill.
So impressive what Evelina's been doing. She's picked up 3 of her last 4. And Silva Saarinen adding to the birdie count. Saarinen moves to 5 under par through 15.
And a clean scorecard at that. 3 holes left to play, 2 par 3s and a par 5.
Page asking for that to stand up. It's going to finish on the left side. Saarinen's tee shot on 16. It's going to come in just shy of the basket. It hits the log wall, it sounded like there. And if she checked up, she'll still have a look for birdie from just outside the circle.
Just great placement for Kristen on her second shot. It seemed to be drifting to the right. It's a nice tree kick. It's right underneath the pin.
Kristen on tilt as of the last few holes. She's gone bogey and double bogey. And even though Missy had prime positioning, she doesn't take advantage. That 2 will kick to the left side. Scoggins just trying to use too much of the fairway. Connects with the left side corridor. And that fence has all been installed just in the last 6 days. That was not there when I was on site visiting the property. And I think that is to prevent the players from going all the way down the hillside, as I was referencing earlier. I didn't know that existed because that's freshly installed.
So I'm just thinking of the players that do go down the hillside. It's safe down there. Now you have to not only get up the hill, now you have to clear the fence to get back into the fairway. Owen stays on top of the ridge, luckily.
I think a theme that we see out on this course in particular is you can throw a perfect tee shot, and if you throw it away, you're going to be kicking yourself because they're so rarely that perfect. And Owen seems to be struggling here after throwing a couple of really good shots, now just fighting for par.
You don't get a meter. No, nothing. It's just like a hedge.
As we heard, that is not considered out of bounds, so you don't get any form of relief from it. And Pierce has the touch.
Oh, you heard like that.
Yeah, you're going to get the fence. It's not a hedge.
Give the 13th with Salonen.
Good place to be on that left side. That dog legs to the right. Things just unraveling here for Owen on hole 12 after such consistent play today.
Yep.
Hanley's tee shot on 13. Be happy to match the effort we saw from Evelina. Not quite as close. And Scoggins, right side chain, doesn't get it to fall. And after a less than ideal tee shot, a couple of solid recovery shots by Kristen, ultimately walking away with the birdie. Of the four in this card, she had the worst drive, Val, and Kristen that is, ultimately the only one to card the birdie. And Paige now just realizing that that was a birdie for Kristen. And they're going to have a very lengthy walk over to the tee of 13. Saw the drive by Silva. Likely a par coming on the 16th. Hanley throwing her second.
After a great drive, she goes over the water in two and makes it. That tweener distance for a lot of our players. Unless you can throw as far as a Holland Hanley or an Evelina, you see players laying up short of the pond.
Evelina goes over it easily, and from there she'll just pitch up to the green. Not a position in which she can run at it. And Rebecca Cox is going to close out with the eagle, just as we saw from her good friend Kona Montgomery. An excited Rebecca retrieves the eagle on the 18th. She got off to a rough start, and then 16 and 17 came back to bite her, but then finishes with an eagle to negate those two bogeys.
3 double bogeys, 3 birdies, 3 single bogeys, and a 3 for an eagle on 18. What a day.
A partridge in a pear tree, I think.
And we're seeing it's very attackable. The final hole here, marked as the par 5. It's just 632 feet, to get to the basket. So 2 good drives, 1 nice tee shot, 1 good fairway drive will get you within that eagle range.
Take a look at 13 and the flyover, Val.
So the tee shot here, you want to make sure that you're hitting the gap cleanly, that you can get up over the stump, past this pine tree right here, and that's going to give you a lot more space as it opens up around the corner. That second shot, if you have the distance, you can go over the water. If you have a clean shot, you can go over the water. If you're out of position, likely see players lay up short of the pond and then pitch it over from there. For powerful throwers, it's tough to judge the distance and have that control to land short of the basket without going past, like we saw what Evelina did. She's going to have a huge comeback putt.
And our drone previews brought to us by our friends over at FlightFactoryDisc.com.
And it's a smart layup. She tries to go for the pin. She'll quickly find the pond on the other side.
Solid putt for Hanley, as she'll pick up the birdie on 13. And Saarinen in with a par as she keeps the clean scorecard. Hole 17, I feel like, is the one that could make or break it. Very dedicated Estonian fans all here to cheer on Kristen. Kristen coming off the birdie on the 12th.
Not the farthest drive that we've seen, but in good position.
Gannon nor Pierce able to keep it clean.
Look at inch. I almost hit that tree. I'll crush my finger. Hell no, don't hit it.
Oh, y'all got a decision. We're all in the spot where we could go for it. Yeah.
Here's Silva Saarinen on the 17th. And that has carried deep. There's an OB line back there. And Saarinen appears to be out of bounds. There's some white stakes that are behind there that it looks like she may have crossed. So Saarinen may have an end to the clean scorecard. Valerie Mundahano with her second shot on 14. Page just looking for position here. And a great approach shot is then she'll throw over the pond from there. Gannon looking to do the same.
Yeah, and there's just no opportunity to go for it from there or being off the fairway. There's just a wall of trees. And you really need to focus on the line. You need to have a wide open look if you're trying to go over the water. So both Kristen and Owen are past that pine tree. Hits pin high at the top of the hill, but gets that flare skip. It's going to be in that range where we saw Evelina putting from.
I don't think there will be much consideration from Kristen in terms of going after that. I know she seems to be more confident than Evelina maybe on that distance of putting, but that slope is just so great, both in front of and behind the basket. But we'll see. She might also be pushing a little to try to make up from some of those mistakes that we saw back on 10 and 11. After birdieing the 13th, here's Rachel Turton on the tee of 14. Gannon's going to leak left, and not a favorable kick or roll, but she'll have an uphill putt to save par.
The fine line of power and control needed for this approach shot. Missy didn't want to put too much on it. She wanted to make sure that she would land short of the pin, but didn't really commit to that, the spin that she needed to carry the disc nice and straight. A little fluffy. See if Paige can adjust.
Really just the one tree she needed to avoid is the one she connects with, and then it kicks her farther from the basket, off to the right. Take another look. I like the speed. I like the release. I like so much about that, except for just being pulled slightly right.
And the tree kick. That wasn't great either.
Yeah, I didn't like that. Oh, and Silva was out of bounds, so that was her attempt at saving par. Silva with a bogey will fall back to 4 under. And Missy drawing no medal whatsoever. A huge mental lapse there. And the comeback putt's not going to be much easier. She's still going to be thinking about the mound. And she has at least 25 feet. Kristen at circle's edge, giving this enough time to look like she's going to go for it. Again, Kristen not worried about what's behind the basket, just as she wasn't back on hole number 8. Kristen buries the birdie putt. So dangerous, because if that hits any metal and catches edge, that's at least a 25-footer coming from the other way or possibly going out of bounds. So impressive. Gannon answers with a similar putt.
And I'm thinking of that statement you said, Kristen not worried about going OB. If you're worried, that means you have doubt. That means you're not confident in the putt you're lining up for, and you should lay up. These players are just so confident when they're standing over their putt. Owen gets that one back online. A birdie for Owen, a birdie for Kristen. And that tree is still in the way for Paige.
Awkward footing for Pierce. It has just the right release and the right amount of power, so Pierce connects.
I don't think so.
Unless it's going.
I don't know who they are.
Turton throwing her second on 14. Sarnen trying to close out, and that's going to be a bogey. She'll fall back to 4 under once the score updates. And she is still your leader, though. Bogeying on the 17th brings her to 4 under par, still 100% C1X.
She's sitting 4 holes in front of our feature card.
Doing work out there. It's the opening round of the PDGA Champions Cup. We'll be back in a moment.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back.
Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDGA. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Valerie Mundahano has a par look on the 14th. She's currently tied for 4th place. Oh, and she buries it. Take another look. Really never a doubt. And the only bogey she had out there is on one of the more difficult holes on the course on the 7th. So solid round. And if you'd like to watch putts like that in person, you can join us. Head over to dgpt.com/tickets or scan the QR code. Go out and find where and when a DGPT event is coming to a town or a city or a course near you, so you can take it all in person. Handley to tee off on the 14th.
One hole left for Silva. And she absolutely cures the drive, punching it out the tunnel.
Too long and too straight for Salonen as she tees off on the 14th.
And we saw the drives pushing that tree line on the back side. If you go through those trees, you can find OB, but you're trying to get yourself to this corner, throwing it just far enough to be in that perfect landing zone right here. The next part of the hole bends to the left. Riding this left-hand side will work out well for a nice backhand turnover shot or a forehand shot. Hoping to get to this range right here. Third shots, it really starts to narrow in as this tunnel just leads you straight to the pin. You want to control the power as you approach the basket. Hopefully you're hitting the right line, but if you have too much power, you're going to find those trees behind the basket, and that's going to leave you with an obstructed putt. So you want power, you want distance on every shot until you get within range of the basket. Then you need to put on the brakes.
And with that description that we just heard from Val, I want to throw it out to Nate and say, Nate, it's playing as the most difficult. What's your plan of attack here? What are you thinking? Why is it playing so tough?
Well, the tee-pad kind of baits the players into thinking that they can advance to the left. It's only 200 feet to that dogleg left, and then the second half of the fairway is just so daunting. It's asking players to throw 430 feet dead straight. There's no ceiling, and the reason why it's playing almost 2 strokes over par, once you're out of that fairway, there's so many little hackberry trees that prevent any kind of scrambling, so you're going to see a lot of players getting themselves, into trouble pretty easy if they try to scramble. A lot of pitch outs on this hole. No surprise it's playing 1.7 over par right now.
A moment ago, we heard Jen Allen say she was just going to wait an extra moment.
I want a little kick now. Actually, I wanted to just keep riding down the inner gut.
Lots of distance plus difficulty accounts for backups, and well, that's exactly what we're seeing. So I guess there's other ways to entertain yourself. Page going for full extension. And Saarinen with her second shot. From there, she'll have a look for eagle. Mundahano on the 15th.
A beautiful drive, checking up just short of the OB. Evelina trying to get back to the corner to give herself a look down that tunnel. Is Evelina asking for tips?
If you arc it more, the target becomes bigger.
It's like a carnival game.
Oh! Missy Gannon buries it.
was so good. Of course, AJ's always right.
Yeah.
Silva hoping for a similar result up ahead on the 18th. This is for Eagle to close out her opening round, and it's off the basket, so she'll have to settle for a birdie. Silva should finish hole 18 and our first round with a 5 under. We should see her on the lead card for sure tomorrow.
Sitting 2 strokes over Evelina and Owen at the moment.
And Silva Saarinen in for the birdie on the 18th, a 5 under effort. Congratulations on her opening round here at the Champions Cup.
And to make it through 16 holes without a bogey. Got her only over par score on hole 17. Just a very consistent shooting for her, finding the fairway, making the putts, doing work in round 1.
And Valerie's second shot skips just past the pin. She'll have a comeback look for the birdie. One of the many spotters and volunteers that are out there helping with our PDGA Major taking place over in Morton, Illinois. Of course, later this year, we'll be back in the area when we're here for the DGPT event, the Ledgestone. A staple on the tour, really from the very first year of the Pro Tour existence, Nate Heinold and crew.
Just hold your breath. That was not the line, of course, from Jen, but it found its way through the trees just outside the bullseye.
Tatar on the tee of 14. That looks to be great positioning. She got past some of those final scattered trees, and she should have a good look for her second. Here comes Scoggins.
Early release on the inside.
We'll see.
Pierce didn't like it, but I think it's going to turn out just fine for her. Well executed by Missy Gannon.
And that's all you need. A nice placement shot to make sure that you're landing yourself in that perfect area right on the corner. And Paige is trying to get around the corner, get that flare skip, and add another 50 feet to the drive.
And Valerie Mandujano in for the birdie. It's going to move her into a tie for second, along with Owen Scoggins and Evelina Salonen, as Evelina is throwing, trying to go out and around. She's still going to be on the right side, and it will not be a clean look to the basket. And now the caddies are going to come up with their own caddy games as well.
You stop, please. Yay. Don't even think about that tree in front of you.
Hanley has a long look for birdie. So after not necessarily liking the release, Pierce is rewarded with a really good position here on the fairway.
And not hitting the line. There's so many shots like this on the course where you have to put yourself in that perfect position, and then you have this tunnel shot that you have to execute. What disc do you have in your bag that you can completely trust that's going to fly that entire straight flight? And Missy is just so good at those shots. So accurate. She keeps it nice and low to make sure she's hitting the line and doesn't get any fade off to either side of the fairway.
And that was Natalie Ryan throwing her second shot on 16. The early goings, Natalie was one of our early leaders. High side chain, but gets it to drop in for Hanley.
Kristen could have used another 10, 15 feet on that drive.
Now we see Holly Finley on 16. And what a great putt for Holly. Saw Natalie then tap in for the par.
Kristen's second shot didn't get a ton of distance. And this is when the hole really starts to narrow in.
And there's something to be said about the resilience of playing through holes 14 and 15, even 16 and 17. There's just so much danger late in those holes, and when you throw a good shot like that, you can't be too upset if you hit one of the final trees that's protecting the basket. You can see a little bit of frustration that came from Kristen. And this is way offline. That had nothing to do with the trees as much as just an errant shot right out of the hand of Scoggins.
And the rough on some of these holes just makes it so difficult to even get out and back into the fairway. It was framed up perfectly. Early release from Paige is going to give her a very challenging next shot. Likely a forehand. And you want to nestle this approach shot close to the basket because there's so many guardian trees beyond the pin. It's important to throw it nice and short of the pin and get a little skip. So, still work to do on that putt for Missy.
And Valerie Mundahano on the tee of 16. This is on a rope. Does it have the distance? It does. And that checks up underneath the basket for Mundahano. Birdie coming up on the 16th. Take another look. And you see it just kind of dropping. Maybe some wind playing with it as it's going down the hillside there. But just the right amount of speed. Pierce wanted more turn, but somehow it doesn't hit any trees, and she'll have a look to save the par.
I saw you were about to throw a rigger after, but it would have been more over there actually.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna. But I'm happy.
You're happy. You're supposed to.
On the tee of 16 now, Allie Smith. That one flips up and comes right in at the pin and just carries 15 or 20 deep. It's a jungle out there, Val.
And I'm surprised Owen didn't go that far deep. I think it's just so thick that this didn't penetrate.
Owen is contemplating all of her options. And we heard her husband Justin a moment ago saying maybe a little roll would do the trick. And she's got to be careful in the backswing, as it looks like some of the branches are catching.
And she hits the ground right in front of her just completely stops the disc. Still not even a putt to the basket. She lays up just short of the bullseye.
Catching back up with mid on her third on the 15th, just over the top of the basket.
Oh, good, Ron.
Take another look. She's online with it.
We've seen a lot of close calls, some long distance near throw-ins today.
Nid with a prior career in professional volleyball. As Kristen is able to pitch up right next to the basket. Solidin's gonna like that.
Hole 15 has an OB line on that left side.
There you go.
Pierce with a clean look. And not able to convert this time. Gannon is in for the par. She will remain at even for the day. Scoggins bogey means she'll fall to 2 under. And Pierce remains over par now, going to 4 over on her round. They have a very lengthy walk over to the 15th, so let's catch up with Allie Smith. Now the birdie look on 16. And she converts. Allie Smith trying to get it going. We talked about how much more difficult the back 9 is. Allie didn't get that memo. Trying to turn things around after a slow start. Hannah Wynn in for the bogey. Putting with the driver and the bag on. You know you're parked. Doing work out there on hole 16 for Valerie Mondahano. Looks like her sister is on the bag. Hanley's second on the 15th. And Hanley splashes out. The near throw-in for Eagle from Holland Hanley.
I was thinking, I love this line. Maybe it's a little too inside, but that's what it needed to give it a run, and it cuts through. That hit plenty of basket, but maybe just a little bit too much power. Fantastic shot.
Only on the replay did I see it hit that much chain. Somehow it pushes all the way through. Hanley will have the tap-in birdie. And Salonen trying to make the highlight reel as well. See that Salonen, Hanley, and Scoggins all at 2 under. Valerie now at 4 under. And our current leader, Silva Saarinen, at 5 under. She's in the clubhouse. We caught up with her after her round. Let's hear what she had to say.
With Silva Saarinen, Silva 5 under par today, a great round. How do you feel like you played?
I feel good.
5 under is the hot round so far. How much better is possible for an FPO player?
I don't know. We will see it.
Do you think 10 under par is possible if somebody played nearly perfect?
Maybe it's possible, but maybe not for me.
What will you try to do tomorrow in your round in the rain, if it rains?
Hit the gaps and made putts.
Silva Saarinen, the leader in the clubhouse early on day number 1 at 5 down.
Quite honestly, I don't know what more you want for insight. You want to hit the gaps and make your putts.
Keep it simple.
I'm good with that game plan all day long, and Silva is going to continue to get interviewed after these hot rounds, just like she did last weekend. So impressive as she's off to a great start with the 5 under. And we just saw a good tee shot there by Kristen.
We want to keep it on that right side, but that's a little too far to the right, bringing those trees into play. It was helpful it checked up on that hillside and didn't flare skip into the trees. Must be a magnetic force pulling all these discs over to the right.
Yeah, and when it hits on the right side like that and kicks left, you bring out of bounds into play. And speaking of out of bounds, Valerie Mundahano is going to be out of bounds on the left side of hole number 17, back with Paige. Paige will have a chance to still pick up a birdie even after hitting the tree and kicking left.
That was massive. I was thinking, she's so short off of the tee. Did she have enough power to reach the pin or enough distance to get to the pin? She's giving herself a look. I was thinking how frustrating it would be to try and save par from all the way back there. Now she's looking at birdie.
And Valerie Mundahano moves to the drop zone when you go out of bounds on 17. And from there, throwing her third. And she's deep, so she'll have some work to do just to save the bogey. Scoggins will still have a look. Getting the pep talk from her caddy.
Yeah.
Missy does have that open window off to the left side for the sidearm hyzer.
She's picking up what you're putting down there, Val.
Just needed a little bit of a skip to get her closer to the basket.
So after the OB tee shot and then the third from the drop zone, Mandahano is going to put that in for bogey. Roll the Zuka replay to see. She'll fall to 3 under, but still currently in second place. And a favorable kick for Kristen. It just needs to turn over and sit down, and eventually it does. So Kristen will have a tap-in birdie coming. I want to throw it out to Nate Perkins. Nate, we're here on 15, a very treacherous close to this course, but tell me what you love about this particular hole.
Just a subtle nuance of the fairway kind of slopes from right to left toward that OB line, so it's really difficult to land it purely flat and not find that OB line left.
Cannon buries it from deep. In for birdie on the 15th.
What a huge save. Slightly uphill. She gets the jump and to play that hyzer angle. Such great execution. And I was thinking today, Missy, her putt hasn't looked so confident. Paige saying, I could do that too. What a save for Paige.
Mock X's, finally.
Thank you.
Well, thanks to the basket. And Paige, weak side, but gets it to fall in. And Missy likes what she sees from her good friend Paige as she follows up the putt that after Missy just converted from long range. Now Scoggins also calling for it.
I think you can nail that one.
Positive reinforcement from Scoggins. She likes the star frame. And they'll stand down for just a moment as it may be congested on the tee of 16, which is just up the hill from where they're at.
No surprise, hole 15 playing as the 4th easiest hole on the course as our featured card takes home some birdies.
I'd follow that up and say every woman that's currently in the top 8 birdied hole number 15. So it's one you can't leave out there. Hanley hunting for the pin on the 16th. Our top contender for an ace.
how did that get through so cleanly?
And that may lead over to that freshly defined casual relief area that was heavily debated last week with the PDGA officials along with the tournament staff. That's where we saw Ella Hansen ultimately end up. And we've got all sorts of action for you. Check out our subscription options if you want to tune in and see what's going on some of these dedicated holes out here, 16, 17, 18, some of the other action taking place from around the course. Make sure you beef up your Disc Golf Network subscription. See all the options there on the screen. And we're glad that you're here taking it all in for our Champions Cup Major this weekend. We've got plenty of tournaments and added bonuses all in store throughout the rest of the year right here on the Disc Golf Network. Val, I don't think it's a secret. I have the Pro subscription just so I can always make sure to tune into Tournament Central. I get all of my knowledge from Brian and from Nate. Those are the guys with the real insight, so I make sure to tune into them. Gives me something here to bring into the broadcast booth myself. And speaking of Nate Perkins, he's out there. Nate, we do have a backup. Feels like the flow has been good, maybe with the exception of this hole out there today. What are you thinking?
Yeah, Evelina, why do you think that hole 16 is playing so slow today?
Too much water for us.
Too much water, yeah. Jennifer Allen found some standing water here in the fairway and just got the clarification that it is casual, and she's just double checking to see if that's actually her disc. It's not her disc, she's finding out. And the search begins for her disc in this standing water that is actually going to be pretty difficult to find.
Well, it's not to get it. I just want to make sure that...
Does this fit right here closer to us? Like
that
on our
one?
side? Yeah.
Well, that's the only one I see, so I think so, but I don't...
Well, let's confirm that that's it before we...
I know. Let's
Do you want a retriever?
Can't really see
Maybe.
the stamp. Yeah, might want to move it a little way.
I don't see anything else in the water.
Well, it's just really difficult to find her disc. There's a layer of moss on top of this standing water in the fairway, and she needs to make sure to find it before she takes her lie. I think that you can see a disc. It is an end of a disc, but she just wants to double check.
So it went straight. It doesn't, I think it's taken straight in the back. Okay. It looks so different color though.
Yeah, so no penalty stroke here. She's just taking her casual relief, and she's got maybe 210 into the pin, a little uphill shot, but this course is just completely different in the spring than it is in the middle of the summer, and it's everyone's first time seeing this track in the springtime.
I was gonna say, it looks like it has to be mine, but that sure looked like a different color, didn't it?
She's taking putter here. It's classic Jen Allen standstill. Less than 200 uphill. It's got some turn on it. Needs it to sit. Oh, checks out beautifully. Well played from Jennifer Allen.
I don't quite know the afternoon for Estonian. I know it's Terry. I think Tulemast is maybe good morning. I don't know what good afternoon is. I got to work on that with my Estonian. Mandahano off the tee of 18. And Eliezer going to the drop zone without penalty. And so putting herself in position for the par.
This is such a better spot.
So we now see why there's such a backup on this hole. It's reachable off of the tee, but if you do catch any of those trees early, you're finding the water, maybe you're having to look for your disc a little bit longer. This is where trouble can quickly happen if you don't have a clean tee shot.
Yeah, you're just by the tree. It stayed up, but yeah, that's terrifying.
I think I'm going to die maybe.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, a little nervy on that downhill look, and actually got a little lucky to not roll all the way back down into the creek. So she has maybe 18 coming back up, slight tail. Yeah, she's up and in. I think she'll be happy with that after the miscue off the tee that found herself a little lucky on the green here.
So Hanley converts on the birdie luck. And we can really see how just everything has come to a crawl. Even though she's up there, she's putting for birdie. Jen Allen now trying to save her par. And the next hole up ahead that's just on the left side of your screen, hole 17's tee shot is very daunting.
Stop walking, Mama. Oh. Sorry. That was embarrassing. Oh, it's you. You're worse.
And so she was actually talking to her mom. That wasn't just a term of endearment to another player. She's got her whole family out there traveling with her.
And Valerie Mandahano will likely be able to get up and down relatively easily for the birdie, which would bring her to 4 under if she does so.
Yeah, why not?
Hurry up, bud.
This is such a beautiful hole. The elevated tee pad, shooting down the tunnel, straight at the pin.
It'll be short and likely obstructed. But the great thing about a forehand is if it does push to the right side, that keeps you out of that casual water and everything that's on that lower left-hand side. So I love the play in terms of how Kristen's attacking this one.
Yeah. Where you go?
Right at it, Gannon. Just deep of the pin.
I don't think it could have been closer to those trees on that right side.
Owen overturns it.
Drift.
You guys keep moving.
Hanley on the tee of 17. If you're going to get a kick, you'd rather it go right than left. And Salonen carrying all the way onto the green and beyond, and it looks like she may have gone out of bounds though. No, do they have it checked up on the wall? Okay, they have on this particular spot, they have the fence all the way back to where the OB is. So Salonen's going to be safe.
Yeah, so that's helpful. She was coming in fast. She would have gone at least another 10, 15 feet beyond the pin. But there is that OB line and that fence stopping players from going too long.
And the third by Mandajano puts her just outside of bullseye, looking for a birdie to close out. If so, she'd be at 4 under. That'd also be her third birdie in 4 holes.
Yeah, we see it. It's up
PDGA Marshall, Bill Newman out there, walking along with our final feature card. While they take a look at that, we'll go back to Hanley on the 17th.
So knowing that there is that fence behind the pin, you could be a little bit more powerful to make sure that you're getting that full distance and getting as close to the basket as you can.
Yeah, Valerie Mandajano trying to close out her round with the birdie. She'll do just that. So a very solid effort here from Val today. She had 6 birdies, 2 bogeys, and is 4 under. Unofficially rated 10-10 at the moment. See how the final couple of cards close out, and if that's going to be enough for Val to be on the lead card for tomorrow's round, as Owen goes just deep of the basket.
So where Owen landed, where Jen landed, that is casual water. So they take it from the first place inbounds behind, or first place dry to provide them relief, but there's no penalty stroke. But then there is this marked area with red stakes. And if you do land in this area right here, that's when you go to the drop zone. But if you can clear all of that and get to this area near the basket, you don't have to worry about any of that. You'll be putting for birdie.
I don't see the whiskers here. I don't know. looks like. Where are you at? That's outside the circle?
She's outside.
Okay, yeah.
She's outside.
Kristen will have the one tree to contend with, but what would be more troublesome probably is their actual footing and being able to generate the right amount of power. All right, she'll be able to stretch out to the left in a relatively clean look. Tatar for birdie. And just off the front of the cage.
It's such a challenging shot when you're having to straddle out like that, having to putt uphill. It requires so much power. And Kristen really utilizes the upper body strength to get enough power. He was dead on line, just short.
Orange pierce it is.
Paige calling out to her caddy for the appropriate tool.
Wasn't positive.
And that was just skirting the ridge line to stay up top.
Nate, where did that go?
Yeah, I did not get the fortunate tree that Evelina did. Rolled all the way down into the creek, but she has the option to play that relief behind it or just get down in the creek. Walking up now to see what she decides to do. She's got about 55 up the hill. Just can't quite get the juice it needed. Unfortunate roll away there for Owen.
So Scoggins running into trouble here on 16. Meanwhile, Missy coming back for the par look. And she's in. So Missy will remain at 1 under. Pierce also a look for par. So Holland had landed in the water, which I believe is considered, which I know is considered casual here. And she's putting from on top of the bridge. And after going deep with that attempt, she has this as the comeback. And that is the right side, and it slides out. And it looks like actually what she did is she played on top of the bridge and then also played from below as a provisional. And she doesn't make that putt.
And she's got wet shoes.
Yeah, thankfully just one hole left to play after that one.
Dumb fucking thing.
We join Rachel Turton with her second shot on 18, and that's low. A missed opportunity after such a great drive. She could have set herself up for an eagle look. She'll still have it, but it'll be from long range. Kristen on the 17th. Danger on the left side of hole 17, and that's a kick to the right. And you see somewhat flustered and frustrated as Kristen gets a double tree kick to the right side.
Great shot from Missy. And it's shots like that that have allowed her to succeed on a course like this. There are so many of those tunnel straight shots, and Missy just so accurate. Not a lot of space on this fairway to work a shot. Let's see if Paige has this turnover forehand. Great shot from Paige.
Owen trying to bounce back after the disastrous 16th. And looks like she'll be right near the bridge. We'll see if she got all the way past it or not. It sounded like a splashdown in the casual water.
Oh, she's doing it. Here, I'll get in this action as well. Wish upon a star.
Up ahead on the green a moment ago, Evelina. Oh, that was her birdie look after such an incredible drive. Hannah has a what looks like an eagle look here on the 18th. No chains required.
An eagle to bring her to even par for the round today.
Wow, and Kristen kicked all the way up into the... What are we seeing? She was all the way up near the tee area of the MPO 18th hole and then hits the gap and slides it off the bridge. Like,
I mean,
there's
I would
so
say
much going on here.
So thankful to have a view of the pin from how far she kicked to the right.
Nate, can you assess what any of these lies look like?
There are lines right here. Oh, pay attention.
Yeah, Owen is actually in the middle of the creek there, which is, again, safe. So she's contemplating how to play it and how far back she's going to take it. A little bit of a slope down to the creek, so she might back it up 6 or 7 feet to give herself flat ground to putt from. Missy has about a 26-foot birdie look. Paige has 15. Oh, and Owen's getting right into the middle of the creek. Said, hey, I just have 1 hole left after this. I don't mind playing with wet socks. Oh, she's going to mark it in the middle of the creek.
Oh, she put her throwing hand in there, Nate.
Oh, she's realizing now that she put her throwing hand in there, Terry. She said, oh,
now
no.
Don't drop those putters.
Her card is just cracking up at her. They are cracking up right now. She's an entertainer, that's for sure.
What is going on? I get it's her last hole as well, or second to last hole. Now she can't see her mini, but now her shoes are for sure going to be wet. Well, we all know those are that much tougher and usually smellier to dry out.
Come on,
all right.
to make it worth it on. Can you?
Let's hope that she at least converts here for the payoff.
Oh.
And up ahead on the 18th, Rachel Turton in for birdie. She's going to finish at even.
And so just to clarify, to obtain relief in a casual area, you can relocate your lie without penalty in the nearest area which provides relief. You can't get that extra relief like you would with an OB water scenario.
After all of that, Gannon able to maintain focus and collect the birdie. Kristen will again have some awkward footing on this hillside. This is for par. I mean, why not? We've seen just about everything else possible on this hole. And this one comes in high, hits ultimately as it comes down and then just flops in for her. So Kristen able to save the par. She'll remain at 1 under. Pierce, short range birdie look. Pierce will go to 2 over. Looks like we're catching up with Evelina Salonen on the tee of 18.
Oh, yeah.
She's got to be thinking eagle, and with a drive like this, certainly in her wheelhouse. What a drive by Evelina Salonen.
This hole is 632 feet. So with a drive 300, 400 plus off the tee shot, you'll have a nice, easy approach to the pin to give yourself that eagle look.
It doesn't get much better than that. What a shot by Ellie Ezra.
And really, any drive that you can punch out into the open will give you a look at eagle. We'll see if Holland gets out to gap we're going to look at the biggest challenge, and that's the tee shot on 18. You have to hit this narrow gap through the trees, and once you get through that tight tunnel, it opens up, and we see a lot of those turnover shots finishing off here to the right. Holland's sidearm, giving herself a more open look. And then for the second shot, the players have to throw up and over the hill. There is an OB line around circle 2 on that right-hand side. So you want to make sure you're throwing it up nice and high, but then with a hyzer or backhand shot, shots tend to drift down to the left. And so you really have to know the disc you're choosing, throw it at that perfect height to make sure that you're landing near the pin. Currently, the easiest hole on the course. So a good chance for you to get a birdie, possibly run it an eagle, but a good chance to erase some of those over par strokes you've had in today's round.
Hanley trying to fight her way out of the woods with her second. Well done. Oh, and Evelina rolls out of bounds.
You could just tell how confident Paige is in the sidearm. Something she's developed over the last couple of years. Little Plinko action. She's in the middle.
Oh yeah.
Out in the center where you're looking to be.
Nice throw on.
Squish, squish, squish.
Midling with her second. I would have expected closer. She'll still have a look for eagle, uphill putt.
So Paige with the shortest drive is still out the gap.
That rangefinder. I actually don't know what
But
pocket
she's
it's in. So.
tucked on that
Thank
right
you.
side.
Just for time.
Might bring some branches into play. So it's going to be a fine line that she has to execute if she wants to get her shot inside the circle.
Pierce grabbing range. And that's going to be on the low left side. So barring a throw in from there, you would expect to see a birdie for Pierce to close
You don't
out.
want to throw this on that right there in your neck.
Oh, I do.
Oh my God, you be careful.
I'll put it inside when it drops.
And after going out of bounds, we see Evelina. And she will have to settle for a par on the easiest hole on the course. Hanley's effort is short. And Eliezra makes up for it with a solid putt to close out with an eagle. I said I wasn't necessarily impressed with the approach, but it doesn't matter. She buries the putt. Holland Hanley would go on to finish with a birdie to get to 3 under. Does Missy have a circle 2 putt left in her to close out with eagle? We'll find out in a moment. First, Scoggins.
You know, Owen wants a look at the eagle.
Maybe some putt.
She'll
Similar
have just
distance.
that. Yeah, she will have just that. Kristen, last to approach.
Yeah.
Setting herself up. And that looks to be the closest look for eagle. And we're going to take a look at our keys for closing, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, we've seen a lot of drama on these last few holes. Like anything on this course, hitting the line is one of the most important things to close out this round. There's a lot of opportunities to score on 16, 17, and 18 with a good tee shot. And 18, if you can keep it clean, get through the gap off of the tee, have a nice solid second shot, there's a potential couple stroke swings that can happen on 18. Even though it's not the hardest hole, actually the easiest hole in the course, we can see players who want to be aggressive make up strokes on their competitors.
Pierce with her third. And that is going to be online. And speaking of online, Perks, before we let you go for the day, any parting shots for us today?
Yeah, it feels really good to be back in the woods again, guys. And I think this is the best version of Northwoods that we've ever seen with these 4 new hole changes, and especially this finishing hole here on 18. It just makes so much sense with spectators being able to kind of rally around this basket and see them finish. And it's never a dull moment out here at Northwoods. A lot of creativity necessary, and 4 rounds just makes sense here for the major.
And Gannon in for eagle. She'll close out strong. Missy will move to 4 under as she hits the eagle from circle 2.
Fun way to end a round with the eagle and a huge putt. Very solid performance from Missy today.
Left side chain, not quite enough for Scoggins. She'll have to finish with a birdie. Kristen for eagle. And she converts. Kristen will move to 3 under.
I like birdies, especially at Northwood. I have a chance.
Due to PDGA number, we'll see Evelina Salonen edge out Kristen for a spot on the lead card tomorrow.
No, it's just I need to step harder. Over there? Yeah, kind of.
It'll be fun to see Silva Saarinen tomorrow on the lead card, leading the pack. But we're pretty stacked up. Seeing Paige there down in 11th place. There are a lot of ties. And think of what any single hole can do to a player. We're going to see a lot of moving in tomorrow's round.
Well, as Nate Perkins just said, feels like this course sets up so well. And even just listening to Nate Heinold in the press conference yesterday, he was talking about how good a score of par might be. Well, we watched a few women get under par. We watched some pretty clean scorecards, namely coming from Silva Saarinen, who had the cleanest of them all. She still had that single bogey late in the round, but very impressive. A 5-under effort to get started. I'm excited for what's in store the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is minimizing the errors, and that's what we saw out of Silva. That's what allowed her to succeed with just the one bogey on hole 17. Everything else was very clean and shows how confident she was in her tee shots and staying in the fairway on those long approaches. That really paid off. And then, of course, putting. She was 100% throughout the day, and that really allowed her to score. And so just steady golf like that. And like I said, we could see players bounding their way up the leaderboard tomorrow if they're just feeling confident.
Well, and always kind of looming. Sometimes we get to the end of a round and you're thinking, oh, man, what does 18 have to offer? What is 18 going to do for us? What we're seeing right now is 18 is very scoreable, so that maybe even flips the switch just a little bit for some of our players, knowing like, okay, there's a reprieve. You got to get past 17 in the tight fairway there, but when you get to 18, well, birdie and eagle are both certainly in play.
Yeah, it's the kind of different switch of the stroke swing. You're looking to score, and if you don't score, if you get a par, or if you get a birdie, you're losing strokes more than likely.
Well, there are plenty of highlights out there today. Let's take a look back at some of the action here from round number 1 at our 2024 Champions Cup, presented by Bushnell. We saw a number of players bust out their Bushnell rangefinder today to try and get it dialed in. There were 7 under par rounds today. Last year, just 6 players were under par over 2 rounds at the 2023 Ledgestone event. So it seems like we're getting some things figured out. Of course, it's a slightly different layout and configuration, but still very impressive to see so many of our competitors figure it out here during round number 1. We'll see if they can maintain that through the next 3 rounds.
And that's a tough thing to do in the woods. You know, one day you could be hitting every single line. The next day, if you're an inch or 2 off, that could mean a handful of strokes added to the scorecard.
And as they always say, you can't win a tournament on the first day, but you can certainly lose it. And it's a matter of, can you come out and fix some of the mistakes that you made during earlier rounds, or is there a way that you can, I don't know, pick it apart, maybe just kind of clean up one thing at a time, or even duplicate your effort? That's 4 rounds at this course is going to be very challenging, that's for sure.
Yeah, and seeing Missy make that final putt, I'm thinking of the consistency that she has and how well she plays on a course like this. You have to be patient, you have to wait for the birdies to come, and you just have to just get through the course and maintain.
All right, I believe we already had our OTB shot of the day. Is it time for that already?
I'm thinking of all the almost throw-ins today. There was a handful of shots. I think the best contender was Holland Hanley. So much chains coming into the basket and cutting through. So I would give her the lead spot on that.
Yeah, I think that definitely has to be one of the favorites. I really couldn't put up a solid argument to go against that. So let's take a look. This is our OTB Only the Best shot of the day for round number 1.
Could I be right for once?
You've been right 16 times at majors, Val, so we'll give you this one as well. I'm here for it. Holland Hanley, the near throw-in eagle on hole number 15. Doesn't quite get it to stick, but Holland Hanley will be on the chase card. She's in a tie for 4th after round 1. Our MPO broadcast will kick back off at 1:45 Central this afternoon, and that's where you can tune in with Brian and Nate Perkins over at Tournament Central. For Nate Perkins on the ground, along with Valerie Jenkins, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you this afternoon.